Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 2024 Barrington Deliberative session. I hope you've all found a comfortable seat, someplace where you can see a monitor or the giant screen up here, because there'll be visuals. A few months ago, I read an article about community services in America. The writer talked about the early days of the fire service, which was funded by people buying subscriptions. So when there was a fire, an owner who had subscribed would get some help containing the fire, but a non-subscriber would not. Before long, subscribers realized that their property would be threatened if their nearby neighbor, who wasn't a subscriber, had a fire. So in the interest of making life a bit safer for everyone, firefighting became a community service. In any year, there's about a 0.1 to 0.3% likelihood of having a house fire. Yet we invest quite a bit of money to have a trained and well-equipped fire department. Most of us will probably never need their services, but we know it's good for the community to have that service available just in case. We may not use a school or the library or the rec department, but don't we all benefit when our citizens are well-educated and healthy? We may only drive on state highways, but isn't it a good idea to plow and maintain our town roads so our neighbors aren't stuck at home or away from home? These are simple illustrations of the principle of community, but this is the concept that has kept our town operating for 300 years. We get together once a year and decide what services we need and desire to keep Barrington a safe, enjoyable, and vibrant community. As we evaluate the long list of articles we'll consider today, please try to be mindful of the impact these resources and services have on you, your neighbors, and the whole community. I'd like to introduce the people that are up front here today. I'm Ron St. Jean, town moderator. I usually forget to introduce myself. Over here we have Kim Karakas, town clerk, Becky Nelson, deputy clerk. The select board, we have Joyce Capiello, the chair. Jim Secocia, the vice chair, is not here yet. Dana Manschreck, Robert Gibson, and Tracy Hardikoff. We have town administrator Connor McIver. And last year I forgot to introduce office administrator Tiffany Cottle. She's hiding way back there. Okay, we have an advisory budget committee. Some of the members are here, some are not. Steve Saunders is chair, Scott Shepard is vice chair, John Morris, Michael House is back there, Bill Irving is back there. Oh, Steve, you are here. I didn't see you come in. All right. Peter Royce, an alternate, and Dana Manschreck is an alternate as well. Running the AV today is Mike Geyer from Audio Events, the Barrington company. He's over there with Tiffany. And those nice people that checked you in are the supervisors of the checklist. It's Suzanne McNeil, Jenna Schoenwald, and Norm Tremblay. So say hi to them when you get a chance. All right, we'll have opening remarks from select person Joyce Capiello.
On behalf of the select board, I want to welcome you all to the meeting and thank you all for coming out. Last year, if you remember, was probably the coldest day of the year and it was really cold in here. So we're hoping, because it's a better day, that we'll be comfortable. Also, we were here a very long time last year and I know we have a long agenda, but I'm optimistic we'll be very efficient and get through it and get you home at a reasonable time. Before we begin, if you would please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Thanks. As Barrington begins its 4th century, the Select Board focused much time and energy on preserving Barrington's character and planning for Barrington's future. Through multiple strategic planning sessions and countless meetings, we have all worked together to make important progress in many areas, and I'll just touch a few of those areas. Preserving character. So you're going to see a proposal for a Barrington Common and Town Center today. We preserved nearly 500 acres, putting into permanent conservation the Landry, the Dusnick, Swains Lake Village Water District, and Layton property. We did zoning changes to preserve character. We updated the master plan and focused on attracting a commercial industrial tax base along 125. In terms of planning, we have a capital improvement program and funding plan that now spans 10 years out. We did policy updates, strategic planning and goal setting, master plan, chapter steering committees. We're now finishing up the master plan for housing, which to no surprise, the Barrington community wants more moderate cost housing defined as in the $200,000 to $600,000 range. And we're looking at our waste management contract. It's going to expire in a couple of years, and we've been told our rates will go up dramatically. So we're looking at a plan to sort of slowly mitigate some of the costs of that. In terms of infrastructure, we upgraded the Green Hill Bridge. We received a $2 million grant to do that. We have a data-driven pavement management plan, and we did an energy audit of 105 Ramsdale, which is the recreation department, and probably the least energy efficient building that the town has. We did radio upgrades. We received a $100,000 grant for an Ayers Lake boat launch that we'll start to look at for 2024. We acquired some new vehicles and equipment and monitored our dams, bridges, and culverts. In terms of fiscal responsibility, in addition to the $2.66 municipal tax rate, we secured more than $2.7 million in grants in 2023, which is up from $2.3 million in 2022. Our town staff has focused on building their grant writing capacity, so we really thank them for that initiative. We have a 2024 operating budget with offsetting increase in non-property tax revenue to offset the impact of those taxes. We had a clean financial audit. We had our first ever federal audit, and we did fine with that. And we selected new auditors because you need to do that occasionally, consistent with best practices. Transparency is another issue. The select board has discussed frequently how to expand transparency. So we expanded virtual participation by recording all the committee meetings, the public meetings. And so those are recorded and posted on the YouTube website. We instituted Ask Barrington. So if you haven't used this feature, check it out on the website. So if you have a question, and probably if you have a question, somebody else in town has the same question, you can submit that question and we'll research and then post the answer, and it'll be on the website. We've invited our local legislative leaders to come to our meetings. We've sent out informational tax bill inserts. We instituted a police accreditation project, and we held our first ever ABC joint meeting with the select board, focused on how to, present all of this information to the voters. Today, the select board is glad to present a warrant with broad support from the select board and the advisory budget committee. And this support is not a rubber stamp. It's reflective of dozens of meetings and negotiations to settle on proposals which can be unanimously supported. So if you didn't pick up voter guides, you will need them for the meeting, and they're over there at the table. All of this is also available online at barringtonnewhampshire.gov/2024 warrant. The warrant process started last summer with department heads and the town administrator putting their budgets together. And then in October, they began to present those to the ABC, the budget committee, and the select board. And so they were all reviewed, discussed, deliberated each line item of the budget. We're proud to present voters with a budget that is nearly equal offsetting non-property tax revenue. We recognize the financial strain this economy has put on community, and we feel this operating budget balances the needs of our municipal government with the community's need for fiscal responsibility. I would like to thank everyone who was involved for their work and the dedication to get us through this budget process. In addition to the operating budget, we're supporting a plan for a new library, improvements to 105 Ramsdale Lane, the rec department, and a revisit of the town center tax increment financing district to fund the Barrington Commons. You're going to hear all about those this morning. And many annual contributions to capital reserve accounts, which are essentially our savings accounts for equipment to responsibly plan for future capital expenditures. So thank you again. We look forward to your questions and discussion. Remember, voting is March 12th at the Barrington Middle School from 8 to 7 p.m. And thank finally, I want to thank all the volunteers and the staff who make this town work so well for us. Thank you. So let's begin.
Hey, can everyone hear okay? Just checking on the sound. Okay. All right, I just like to go over the guidelines for an orderly meeting. Number one, the moderator follows no set rules of order. Voters have the right to challenge the moderator's rules and rulings. Number two, only registered voters, town employees, and the town's attorney will be allowed to speak. The attorney's not here, so you don't have to worry about that. If you wish to speak or vote, please raise your voting card. That's what lets us know that you're a resident. Number three, after an article is introduced, the Select Board and ABC, which is the Advisory Budget Committee, will be recognized first before any comments from the floor. Number four, the moderator may limit debate. Number five, comments should be concise and relevant to the article under discussion. Comments about personalities should be avoided. Number six, all debate and questions will be through the moderator, which means you don't talk individually to members of the audience. Number seven, speakers must be recognized by the moderator before speaking unless someone wishes to bring up a point of order. Speakers must identify themselves and speak into the microphone. Number eight, complicated motions should be submitted in writing. Number nine, amendments must be moved and seconded before discussion, and those making the motion and second must identify themselves. Number 10, only one amendment will be considered at a time. Number 11, speakers are asked to let others speak before they're recognized the second time. Number 12, to request a secret ballot. 5 or more voters in attendance must make this request in writing before a hand vote is called for. Immediately following a hand vote, 7 voters may request a vote by secret ballot. Number 13, this is the most popular. Voters may vote to restrict reconsideration of an article after discussion of that article is complete. If the motion passes, there can be no further discussion of that article. And number 14, except for emergency personnel, please silence your electronic devices. I'm supposed to show you where the emergency exits are. There's one over there in the corner, one over here, both go directly outside. Don't go out those doors. Those go into the middle school locker rooms. You don't want to go there. Okay. All right, now we will consider the articles. Article 1 is the election of officers. I'll quickly go over those. Most of these races this year are uncontested. For Select Board, we have one opening for a 3-year term. We have 2 candidates, Robert Russell and Danon Manschreck. Town Clerk, 1 position for 3 years. Kimberly Karakas is uncontested. Town Moderator, that's me. There's no contest for that as well. Trustee of the Trust Funds, there's 1 opening for a 3-year term. Jack Gale is the candidate. Cemetery Trustees, 1 opening for a 3-year term. Jerry Califf is the candidate. Library Trustees, there's 3 positions for 3-year terms. Lydia Cupp, Melanie Haley, and Ezra Hodgson are the candidates. Library Trustees, for 1 position for a 3-year term. Susan Frankel is running for that position. Supervisors of the checklist, there's 1 6-year term open. Norm Tremblay is running for that. And supervisors, 1 for a 2-year term. Suzanne McNeil is running for that. We can't change any of that today. This will all be voted on March 12th. All right. 1 article out of the way already. Articles 2 through 20 are zoning articles. We cannot amend those. So I would suggest that we consider all the money articles first, and I would accept a motion to move articles 2 through 20 to after article 40 something, 43, 44, to after article 44. Who's made that motion? Rick Walker made that motion? Okay. Do we have a second? I need somebody's name for a second. Lisa Titus seconded. Okay, all in favor of moving those to later, raise your voting cards. All opposed? All right, thank you. We'll do that. All right, so we'll jump ahead to Article 21, which I will read. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $3,631,324 for the purchase and renovation of the property at 426 Califf Highway, the former Frisbee Urgent Care, for the purpose of a library, and renovations to the existing library space at 105 Ramsdell Lane for the purpose of recreation and community center uses, including but not limited to land and building acquisition, building construction, site work, architectural fees, engineering, permitting, inspection, outfitting, furniture, commissioning, and other expenses necessary to occupy the building. Further, to authorize the issuance of not more than $3,304,324 of bonds or notes in accordance with the provisions of Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and to authorize the Select Board to issue and negotiate such bonds or notes and to determine the rate of interest thereon. The remaining $327,000 required for the project will come from the Barrington Library Foundation. Further, to authorize the Select Board to apply for and accept any grants or other donations which may be available for this project. Should such grants or donations be received, the amount of the bonds or notes issued will be reduced by the amount received. There's a 60% majority required. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 23, the operating budget article. This article will have no impact on 2024 taxes, but there is a commitment to make payments in future years which will increase property taxes in those years approximately 14 cents per $1,000 of assessed value or $60 per year on a $425,000 property. The Advisory Budget Committee recommends this article by a vote of 4-1, and the Select Board supports it by a vote of 5-0. Now, Susan Gaudiello will come up and speak, followed by Roger Gingrich, who will talk about the financing part of this issue. Susan's going to come up here because she has a bad foot here and she needs to lean on something. Okay.
Thank you. Susan Gaudiello, and I'm the chair of the Library Board of Trustees. And my Vanna White here is going to advance the slides. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time explaining why we need a new library. I think you've been hearing from trustees for years about that. But basically, these are some of the main issues. We've talked about accessibility, some of that's ADA compliance, and some of that is just, even if we meet ADA compliance, it's still not very accessible. If you've been in the library, you've seen tall stacks that are getting to the point of being dangerous. There's a demand for more community meetings. We have to turn people away because our space is so small. Staff workspace has been not very functional with 4 people crammed in one small office to do a lot of the library work. The collection has grown, although we don't see the collection having a net increase over coming years, but there will always be changes in that collection. Technology, of course, has been a growing demand, both for assistance with technology as well as equipment itself. And just the growth in the population of our town means that utilization will continue to grow, and we need to be able to accommodate that. We have reached out with surveys and information sessions and really have tried to narrow down, and what you'll see on the slide is what residents tell us are most important to them about the services from the library. So I'm not going to read that to you, but obviously it ranges from books, programs, the early childhood, preschool part of our programming is the most heavily used part of the library. Excuse me. And that, needless to say, requires space as well. And I've mentioned technology as well. In coming to you with a proposal, as you know, we had 2 failed proposals in 2019 and 2020, and we decided to sort of clear the decks and start over. We had listening sessions with some key constituencies in 2021. In 2022, late in the year, we did a survey. Some of you who remember, we were there voting to collect input. And in 2023, we had an actual design session for a number of hours where people came together and looked at key factors, as again, to tell us what they want in a library, what's most important to them. And we reformed the building committee with representation from the select board, the Friends of the Library, but also folks from the building trades in town. So it's been a very useful committee with a lot of great expertise. We came out with 2 options. A new build, which is what we thought we were going to be having to do on Ramsdale Lane. And we pared that back to a goal of a building of 10,000 square feet, down from, I think, 13,000 square feet, which was the proposal back in 2019 and 2020. We were shocked and dismayed that when we got a lovely little design for a very simple building, we were told that the price at the current construction rates was going to be near $6 million, and we felt that's a non-starter. We decided to share that plan with the public and get some input, and on that very same day, we toured the Frisbee building, which had just come on the market. So we presented both of those options in a public forum with, lots of people coming through, and almost to a person, they liked the new building, very nice, but they said, go for Frisbee. It's smaller, but it's going to be far more cost effective. And so that is what we did. We basically pivoted to a new plan. I wish we didn't have so much light so you could see these better, but so be it. The purchase of the Frisbee Medical Office Building on Route 25, it was listed at a cost of $1.1 million. The Select Board got unanimously behind this project and authorized the town to negotiate with the seller, and they came down to a purchase price of $1 million. And I'm happy to report that we have finally gotten a final purchase and sale agreement, and a deposit has been put down. We don't own the building. It will not be purchased until the voters authorize that purchase. The plan is to renovate the interior of this building. If you've been in the building, it's an office building, essentially. It's got 25 little examining rooms, a sink in every room. Obviously, we're going to be taking out all of that to make it open space for a library. But the building was built in 2001. It's not an old building, but many systems, as you know from your own homes, have a lifespan of, strangely, about 20 years. So we know that we're going to have to update a lot of those systems. The HVAC system is probably the most expensive of those and will require the most work. We want to change lighting to LED lighting for efficiency purposes. And we're planning to reshingle the roof. There's life left in that current roof. However, we hope to be able to install solar to again improve the energy efficiency. And to do that, we need to have a fresh roof, basically. So if there's 5 or 8 years left on that roof, we'd rather replace it during the construction. It'll be more efficient and more cost effective. Finally, we are not planning to increase the envelope. The outline that you see of the existing building is not going to change. There is space on the property for some modest expansion of the building in some future year if needed, but we feel that the existing envelope, which is well built, good windows, we want to save and use what's there. So just quickly, excuse me, the interior of the building, very pale here, but will be that open space. So just to give you a real quick synopsis, on the left-hand side of that screen, it's a pale melon color, would be dedicated to children's services, with the children's librarian having an office right at the entry to that section. Opposite that is the adult section. At the very bottom of the screen is where the entrance to the building is currently and will remain. And that sort of orange space there is for young adults, AKA teenagers. We have 0 space in the current library for those folks. And we also were able to incorporate what we're calling the Barrington Room, which would be related to Barrington history and also serve as a small meeting room. The central part is the circulation area, new releases, and because it's in the central part, it will allow visual supervision by staff throughout the library, which means that we don't need more staff in order to manage the current this new library. Finally, the purple box at the top of the screen is a larger meeting room. I don't recall, it's maybe twice as large, maybe not quite twice as large as the current meeting space, but it will have the advantage of not having all the children's board books and rocking chair and all of that stuff in it, so it'll actually be more useful. A lot of people have asked us, how does this really compare to the existing space? The existing library is 3,700 square feet. This building is 8,500 square feet. Doesn't show up very well here, but we also have these posters out in the hallway just outside of the room. So if there's a break or when you're leaving, feel free to stop by and take a closer look there. The orange box in the center is the current library overlaid against the new library, the Frisbee building. So you can see what we really gain there the most is dedicated space for children, dedicated space for adults, dedicated space for youth. And what we've often said is it's not that we need more space for more books, we need space for people. So let's talk about money. The library project budget, I've laid this out so you can see just the library portion of this. I say just the library, obviously it's the bulk of this warrant article. The purchase price of $1 million, architect and engineering fees come to about $130,000. It includes an owner contingency, which is a pot of money any building project includes to take care of unforeseen things that come up that you could not anticipate. For example, we haven't taken the wallboard off in this building. We don't know exactly what's behind the walls, but we have made, there could be other things that surface that we are totally unaware of, and this is a pot of money that can be used for that. The construction itself, from demolition through building of walls, replacing the HVAC, the roof that I talked about, is $1.9 million. I do want to comment here that while I've mentioned solar and it's our plan to incorporate solar, we have not included the cost of that in the budget. One reason for that is we've had a very generous donation about installation of solar, and we believe that there would be donations related to that, but importantly, there are some grants that are specifically targeted towards solar energy, and we feel that we would be have a very good chance of getting those, and therefore we didn't feel we needed to include it in the actual bond in the budget. Finally, there's some money for furniture, equipment, moving, security system for the new library. The town is changing its security system, and basically we want to tie into that system so that we'll be consistent across all the town buildings. That brings the total cost of the library portion to $3.3 million and change. So now the warrant article. You just saw a slide that laid this out. I've laid it out a little differently. We have that library cost that was the bottom line from the prior page. I've reflected the donations of cash on hand here. And after I speak, Roger Gingrich, who's the president of the Library Foundation, is going to speak and explain what's available and how the foundation is working. So the net cost for the library here is just over $3 million, $3,004,004. Then we add to that the renovation of the existing library space, and the library space that we're currently in was renovated in 2000, and except for the addition of air conditioning, nothing has been done to that space. So basically, to make it serviceable for the town's use, for recreation offices and program space, and I believe another part of the plan is to have an interior stairway between the two levels, which only makes sense. That's what that $300,000 is for. So, having been a history major in college, I like to talk a little history. And this is how this compares to the prior articles. Some of you may not have been here a few years ago, but in 2019, the proposal was for approximately 13,000 square foot building at a cost of $4.4 million, a bond of just under $4 million, and that tax rate that you see there. In 2020, that article did get a majority, but it did not reach the 60%, so it failed. Next year, the trustees brought back the same building. They made some cuts in the interior space and had to absorb a year's worth of construction inflation. And so they brought back a slightly smaller cost, similar bond amount, slightly less tax impact, but that failed as well. So we know what happened in 2020. 4 years later, we have brought forward a new proposal, but taking into consideration that in those 4 years, and this is a national organization I quoted, construction costs have gone up by at least 37%. So, you know, we're sort of chasing ourselves with costs going higher. We're trying to get the costs down, and then Frisbee fell out of the sky. So what we're bringing forth is in 2024, a much smaller building at a smaller cost than the proposal was years ago. And with donations, the tax rate on this is 14 cents per thousand. I want to acknowledge that the tax impact, you all know this, is driven by several factors. One is on a bond, the interest rate on the bond. Another is the actual cost of the project. And importantly, the third factor is the assessed property valuation of the town that I think is set by the Department of Revenue Administration, or no, pardon, the town assessor. So basically, as the value in the town goes up, the assessed value, obviously the cost per thousand can go down. But still, we've made major changes in the whole project approach and proposal to bring you what we think is both a lovely and a serviceable library for the town. So in closing, I've listed, again, websites where you can get more information, and we are having an open house at the Frisbee building with permission of the seller on February 17th from 10 to 2. This is a chance for everyone to come and sort of kick the tires. If you haven't been in the building ever or in a while, we really invite you to come. If you can't make it that time, drive into the parking lot and drive around and get a look at it. Obviously a nice looking building, mature landscaping, a parking lot, and we really feel that this is a great deal for the town, and we hope that you will support it. We are pleased to have received the support from the select board. The town administrator has been very helpful throughout this process, and the ABC as well. At this point, I'd like to ask Roger to speak to the
My apologies to you guys for my back. Hi, I'm Roger Gingrich, and I live at 32 Peabody Way. And I'm going to be talking this morning from the perspective of my job that I've had with regard to the library over the last 5 years, from about the spring of 2019 forward. The foundation, and that's something that maybe some of you don't know a lot about, is something that was in I'll swallow it if I get closer. Better now? Jesus. Been in this position with the foundation, and I thought I'd give you just a clip of what the foundation is about in case that's escaped your attention. It was formed in 2016 as the forward momentum for a new library was gaining steam. Its purpose in life is primarily as an advocate for finding something for a new library and to raise money for that. And so that, as our job description, succinctly put by some is find a way to get this town a new library is what we've been all about. Before I get into my brief thoughts about that fundraising issue that was mentioned earlier, I'd like to acknowledge and share my appreciation for Susan Gaudiello. This lady has spent a lot of time in this town. She was in the process of releasing the reins that she had held for a number of years with the Cornerstone VNA as its chair of the board in 2022, when the opportunity or the drafting for her to step forth and fill a position with the trustees, the chair having just left that position, and then to find a new librarian, the librarian having just resigned from that position, then to take care of the question of whether we should have a bond in 2023. All of those things were dumped in her lap, and I must say she has shown remarkable resiliency, in my view, in moving things forward to this point where we have this wonderful opportunity. Incidentally, and not made public until this moment, you notice Susan limping. I'm not authorized to say that this happened when, after our first visit to the Frisbee building, Susan was doing a happy dance and it went bad. That's not quite true, but so briefly, let me update you on where we stand with the foundation's fundraising. And I'd like to thank all of those present here today and out there in Barrington land who have donated and continue to donate, actually right up until about 45 minutes ago. So as spelled out in Article 21, the foundation is contributing the $327,000 in available cash to help reduce the library, the cost of this bond to the voter. This $327,000 has jumped around a bit as fundraising has continued, but as the closing costs were not very well specified until Thursday of this week, when that got settled, and so we've stuck with the 327. We have in hand about $25,000 in cash to contribute. $135,000 is in pledges that hopefully will be made good when this bond passes, and about $28,000 in gifts in kind. One of which was alluded to by Susan, and that is for the solar project out beyond this bond. We are now actively fundraising and will continue well past the March 12th date with a supermajority in hand, with the preeminent goal always having been to drive down as much as we can the cost of this project to the taxpayer. The donations given from this day through June 17th, can be used to reduce the cost of the bond. And so we're going to be out there beating the drum to try to get more money into our coffers to be able to drive down that bond. As I see it, the choice for voters of this community to consider on March 12th is whether to vote yes to buy and renovate this well-cared-for medical building, seen by many as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, or to vote no and allow this dream to fade away into an indeterminate future. Finally, it should be known to all that the foundation guidelines stipulate that if we fail 3 times at the ballot to get a bond passed, we're mandated to offer to return all of the foundation donations that have been made. And that's something we will obviously adhere to. Thanks.
Thanks, Roger. And Susan? If you're wondering why we don't turn the lights off to make this more visible, those lights are on a program and we cannot override them. They are, as long as there's people in the room, the lights are going to be on. So unless we all go outside, we're stuck with the lights. So we have to deal with it. All right, any comments from the select board? Rob? Rob's
working? There we go. I just want to take a moment to thank Susan and Roger and all the foundation people, the friends, the trustees, for all the work they've done over the years. We couldn't have imagined such a great opportunity to come about with the Frisbee building and the significant savings that it represents. And they've all worked tirelessly and come up with a really excellent option. Additionally, I would add that acquiring this property for the town helps add to the character in the town center that we're trying to develop. We see all the development that's happening all around town. It would be really great to be able to maintain and hold on to some of the land in the vicinity of our center. So thanks for everyone coming out, and thanks for everyone working on getting such a viable option together for the library.
Tracy?
As we know, libraries are our last free space in most municipalities. Felt like, yeah, I felt like that was a little sense of community, and it really levels the playing field for everyone living at any income level. I absolutely appreciate that 3 times now we have come back as residents and we have asked the Library Board of Trustees to listen to the residents of this town and to understand how important money is in this process and the impact that it has. And so I can't really convey to you the thanks I have for finally really finding a way to present a project to the residents of this town that has so taken into consideration the costs and the impact on taxes while still looking forward to the growth and the well-being of this community. And so I think it was very easy to get behind and support this project in the way that you have presented it this year. And so thank you for the hard work, because I know we've asked a lot.
In the interest of my colleagues' support of this project, because I think it's probably the most cost-effective project proposal we'll see for the future.
And then you might as well.
I would also add that this, I think all of us agree on this particular project. There have been lots of debate back and forth, and listening to the community, I think we've all appreciated the opportunities to present different views, and I think we've come up with a really great solution to that that incorporates all of our input into this. The process has been very impressive. I certainly would echo the support of this particular project. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the ABC have any comments? Steve Saunders.
Thank you. Steve Saunders, I'm chair of the ABC. And what I would like to say is that the ABC's role is to look at, is all due diligence been done from a fiscal perspective and from a financial perspective in terms of the data presented to us. And in this case, the ABC did come up with a split support of it, 4-to-1 vision of supporting of this proposal. We were On the positive side of things, the library was very opportunistic and took advantage of a great offer and a downsized proposal that we felt was well put together and well thought out. The minority view was more of one of looking at the long-term impact on the taxpayers of Barrington. The capital improvement program has identified significant future expenditures and requirements for our infrastructure. And the library will be part of that, and it's an extra burden. So the minority view was that long-term wise, we wanted to leave it up to the residents to decide whether they wanted to do this and proceed with it, but recognize that there will be additional impacts in the future that will impact tax rates. And that was, and if you want to look at our minority views, I'll be happy to share what my memory remembers of those minority views. And on those where we had unanimous support, I'll just nod my head and say, yes, the ABC has supported it as being fiscally responsible for the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Any comments from the floor? Peter.
Peter Royce. I have a couple of questions. One is, if the bond has been initiated and more grants or gifts of size come in, what happens to those funds? And the second question is, how much has been spent from the foundation? I realize there's $327,000 yet to be spent, but how much has been spent out of those funds to date?
Roger, would like to answer that, or Connor, you have that?
So for the first part of the question, it was what's going to happen if additional funds are received between now and when the bond is issued. And so after the bond is issued. Okay, so the first part is contemplated in the warrant article up to June 17th, and I'll let Roger answer after the bond and what's going to happen with the second question as well.
So there are two parts to the answer. One is that there was money raised before the foundation came into being that was spent on going out and finding a fundraiser and getting ourselves organized, paying fees to get the nonprofit status and so forth. After that, and that would have been foundation money, we probably have spent somewhere in the ballpark of $20,000 to $25,000 for a variety of things over the years that have included additional fundraising, roadside signs, stuff in the public, in the press and so forth. I don't have an accounting in my head, and I doubt whether if Chris is here, she would have that either, but it's money that has been through an audit, and so it's sound. Did that answer your question, Peter?
Roger, the question was, what happens if money comes in once the bond is in effect?
Right. So after the bond, the big thing that's sitting out there would be the solar question. And Susan alluded to the fact that there is a grant agency that actually specifically targets library solar. It's from EBSCO. And each year they put out a $300,000 package to take applications for that. And if you read the qualifications for doing the application, ours is spot on for that. Doesn't guarantee it because it's open to a huge swath of America. Other things that would potentially fall in that would be the so-called the furniture, fixtures, and equipment. And the foundation funds that would be raised or come in after the bond is set would be held in advance for that. There's some libraries that have foundations that live on and continue to raise money in lockstep with the friends that do it here to help with expenditures that can enhance the library function.
Okay, any more comments from the floor? Yes.
You tell them they can queue up. You can tell them they can line up.
Face this way, if you would.
We can do.
All right.
My name is Ezra Hodgson, 28 Thatcher Way. I've been in Barrington for about 7 years now. You've probably heard my children romping around this whole session, so I apologize, everybody. But since being here in Barrington, I personally have loved the library. The staff has been incredible. They've made such a small space incredibly welcoming for so many of us. I've been a part of the book club. I've made new friends, read books I never would have picked up, which I think has helped me grow as a person. But one of the things I'm most excited about with this proposal is the space that it provides. Like I said, I'm a youngish father of a couple kids, and there really isn't a good space for them in the current library to come in, get books, and sit down and read them. You're not there to spend time. You have to go back home to read them. So it's with this plan where everything is so spread out, every age group has their own space. It doesn't feel like you're infringing on other people's space and sensibilities. And if there's already a group there, a book club, a chess club, a Lego club, what have you, you still feel like you have the room to enjoy that space. So I'm totally on board with this project. Thank you for everybody involved who has been working on this. I know they've done their due diligence and they've come up with a really fantastic product. Thanks.
People wishing to speak can line up in that center aisle if you want to, so you don't have to climb down when we call you.
Good morning, Alexander Samako, 77 Brooks Road. So I haven't been in town more than a couple of years, but one thing that I have heard over and over and over again from the citizens of Barrington is preserving the character. If you take out the people, you just have space. The character of Barrington is the people. And if the people who founded Barrington 302 years ago hadn't been thinking of the future, I don't think we would have been celebrating our 300th year a couple years ago. So this is a legacy issue. This isn't just about what we need right now. This is about what the future of Barrington needs and what the people of Barrington need. This is a fantastic opportunity, and I was really surprised to see that there were people that don't support this, because it's not just about what I need or what someone here as an individual needs, whether they use the library. I think our library is fantastic, but it is small. And if you're thinking about the future and who's going to be living here 100 years from now, they're going to need access to this. If we now tell the greater community that we don't care enough to make sure that we have fundamental town opportunities like a library, that character is going to go away. So I support this. I would like to see this advanced as written, and I strongly encourage the people here and Barrington as a whole to vote in favor of this.
Please state your name and address if you would. Yep.
Cindy Hoisington, 4 Boulder Drive, also vice chair of the BLF. I think I should face you guys. My dad taught me, he was a Depression era guy, to be a tightwad, to get a good deal. I love getting a good deal. This is a great deal. And I think the tightwad move here is to vote yes. All infrastructure needs to be replaced eventually. If we lose this opportunity, have to give the money back to the generous donors. If we lose the 3.5% municipal bond rate that I think, do I have that right? Sounds like a pretty good deal to me. 8% mortgage rate sounds a lot worse. you know, the incredible value on this commercial building that's already ADA compliant. It's already got great parking. It already has bathrooms, which are so expensive to build. I think we're really missing out. So this tightwad is voting yes.
Good morning, Dave Toddy, Shady Lane. Carmen, I love the tightwad aspect of this. And a piece we haven't heard is even if you never, ever, ever set foot in the library, it adds value to the community. It adds value to the town. So even if you're not a library user, you're going to get a benefit from this, because when you go to sell your house, it's going to be worth more, because Barrington's going to be a more desirable place to live to people that want to buy your house. So again, tightwad move. Even if you don't use the library, you're going to benefit from this. We heard that if we vote this down, it will go to an indeterminate future. I'm not sure I agree with that, because I think we know what the future looks like, because we know it was new construction was $6 million in 2020. We know there's been a 37% increase in construction. So at some future date, right now we're talking about $3.5 million. Next time we're talking about $8.5 million. So tightwad indeed, way to go. Question I'd just like to hear if there's someone here that could speak about the mechanics of if we move forward with this and we bid out with a contractor and we sign a construction agreement, how is that managed? Is there, what city department actually runs the nuts and bolts of the construction? Who has authority over the owner's contingency? How is that money released and spent? Thank you.
Honor, you want to address that? Or?
I can start and Susan can fill in the gaps maybe. So the couple of important points, the shared responsibility jurisdiction over municipal buildings when it's a library, because the select board is generally responsible for municipal facilities. And in this case, the select board is responsible for issuing the bonds. The library trustees have the authority by law, by statute, over all library buildings. So this would be a library building and the library trustees would have authority. And so the town and the library work very cooperatively, which is good. So I don't think anybody is going to operate in a vacuum. But the library trustees have approached this building project with a construction manager. And so they are investing in those services to manage that part of it. And the library trustees, possibly in combination with advisement from a building committee, will make decisions subject to the owner's contingency and change orders and things like that. But I suspect the town will be involved also. We have a working facility manager who will certainly be involved in the project and help make sure that that informed decisions are being made. Anything to add to that, Susan?
I did not injure this foot by a happy dance, just so you know. Yes, Connor has that correct. The trustees selected SMP architecture years and years and years ago, I think in 2008 or something when we started planning. And they selected Bowen Corporation as our construction manager. Both have been involved in many, many public library projects in New Hampshire. So they are sort of, I guess I'm going to say, tried and have a very good reputation. And just as Connor said, would be working with those folks. We'd also be working with, I would presume, not only the facilities manager, the building department. I'm sure they do the inspections. And we do enjoy a very collaborative relationship with all the folks at Town Hall. So I think that's the major way we'd be going forward. And also working with the town, we've had many inspections done already of the building. A commercial building inspector, they looked at the the septic system, the water system. It has a giant generator, which we would never be able to afford to add to a new building, and that gets routinely inspected as well. And we also enjoyed some input from the highway department, looking at the condition of the parking lot and so on. So those are just some examples of how we're already working together. As Connor mentioned, by state law, the library trustees are responsible for the management of the building, and that includes this construction process. But again, it will be done in partnership.
Heather Toddy, 45 Shady Lane. I first moved to Barrington as a teenager and then moved away to many other places and came back here. I've been raising my family here for the past 12 years. Barrington is a wonderful place. We have wonderful people. We have good schools. We have some great local businesses. We're surrounded by natural beauty. But what we're missing is a right-sized library. Our library staff are terrific, hardworking. They offer great programming, but we've outgrown this space by a lot. And I truly understand taxpayer hesitancy, going back to the tightwad theme, in the past for past proposals, but this is different. This is truly an opportunity I feel that we shouldn't and really cannot pass up as a community.
Jack? Jack Gale, 798 Berry River Road. One of the arguments I frequently hear about this is, well, it really doesn't fit Barrington. Many of you know I've only lived here about 5 years. I was raised in New Hampshire and Massachusetts. And because of Uncle Sam, I've had the opportunity to live in 4 New England states. And when I look around, this project is decidedly New Hampshire and Barrington and New England. New Hampshire, where 190 years ago, a community in Peterborough decided, let's spend money for a library, because just as the fire departments mentioned earlier, we're there to protect all our properties, maybe educating all our kids is in all our best interests. I need the kids that live on Berry River Road to grow up, be concerned citizens like you, get a good job, hopefully chip into Social Security so it's there when my time comes. And so this library moves us there. I came from a town in Massachusetts that embodies this. The town hall used to be the old high school that regularly kicked my dad's high school ass every year. Next to it was an old elementary school repurposed for elderly housing. 2 previous town halls, going back into the 19th century, were now community places for people to meet, something we sorely need in this town. We repurposed buildings, even in spendthrift Massachusetts. So I invite you all to look at this and say, if we looked up one day and saw something that was for our community, for our town, for our children, and it was 50% off down at Market Basket, we would not be here and we'd be cleaning out the shelves. So don't lose out on this opportunity. I don't have many questions about the people that are probably here today, but you need to bring your neighbors, because 60% is a high hurdle. And we're all going to look in the mirror someday and go, we got 59? You've got to be kidding me. So bring your neighbors along. Thank you.
Carolyn Robbins, Chesley Drive. I fully support this proposal, and everyone has said all the reasons for that, but I wanted to bring up a question that has been posed by some people on Facebook, because I'm hoping that it can be addressed and alleviate some concerns about it, and that is regarding ongoing operating costs of a larger facility and whether that has been considered and where that fits into the budget and how that affects availability of services and those kind of things in the new building being so much larger. Obviously, at least some operating costs will be higher. Obviously, the hope is solar and your efficiency stuff and all of that will help take care of that. But I didn't know if you guys had any numbers or comments or anything on ongoing costs to alleviate some people's concerns.
Susan, you can address that.
Thank you. Very good question, and we have, and actually the ABC had the same question, so we did a lot of research in advance. And of course, I forgot my glasses. We do not expect any increase in staffing other than possibly additional hours of janitorial service. Currently, the library, and for a number of years, has had budgeted 11 hours a week for a janitor, and I think that cost is around, but it's less than $12,000, 11,000 something, as I recall. So I'm estimating that would probably go up to $18 or $20 an hour because 3,700 versus 8,500, more bathrooms. It just makes sense that it's going to take a little bit more to keep that clean. Utilities is probably the biggest cost that I think would be added to the budget because obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, currently in the space that we're in, shared with the rec, that utilities is covered by the town. I don't even know what those numbers are, quite honestly, but they are not reflected in the library budget. I don't have an expert number on this, so I'm actually going to quote a town resident who posted on Facebook, who said utilities, a rule of thumb is something like $2.10 per square foot. I have no idea if that's a real number or not, but if you do use that, it's about maybe $18,000 a year. We have tried to get numbers on utilities from the seller. We have gotten some numbers that make absolutely no sense. We've even gotten numbers, and Connor can speak to this as well. I sent him emails saying, I'm obsessing about this, Connor. How many kilowatt hours are there going to be? But the other factor is because we're changing all those systems, we're not going to have incandescent lighting, we'll have LED lighting. The review of the HVAC system says that at least 3 of the 5 heating units have to be replaced and the others may have a few years left in them. So we know we're going to be bringing in more insulation and a more efficient system. And again, if we are adding solar, that's going to help. So I don't have a good number for you. I don't have a solid number on utilities, but I think that's the biggest single number. Obviously, we'll have to pump out a septic system. We'll have to have that generator checked periodically to make sure it's still working. Those are additional costs. So that's routine maintenance. As far as other staffing, I wouldn't want to have you be angry at me in 5 years when we come and say we have so many little kids running around, we've got to now add a part-time children's librarian. So other staffing needs are going to be driven by utilization and population, not by the size of the building. I'm trying to think if there's anything else, and I'll defer to Connor. We looked at things like we will be using the existing facilities manager. We use him now, and he's been fabulous. Like there's a leak in the roof in the current building. He's over there to help us with putting a tarp over books to keep them from being ruined, things like that. So we will certainly continue to use those services. His salary is already budgeted, but some portion of those existing services. The town will handle plowing of the parking lot and so on. So the biggest thing I think is going to be utilities and maybe some other maintenance costs related. And as I say, some additional janitorial.
So one thing that we can do, the library trustees put together a document in response to the budget committee questions that itemize all of those with anticipated costs. So we can link that on the website, make it more apparent so that if folks have questions, they can kind of go dig into the details. The biggest summary, and Susan hit it, is the new building will cost more. It will cost more in utilities. It will cost more in services, whether we add additional facilities staff or we add another plow truck driver because of the one building, probably not. But as we grow, it costs more, and we will eventually have a step increase to cover those additional costs. So the library trustees made it clear to the advisory budget committee that the new building will cost more money for a variety of reasons, and estimating exactly how much it will cost isn't an exact science, but making it clear that there will be an added cost. One thing that Susan didn't touch on is we should expect to see any immediate added costs in the 2025 operating budget. So voters will vote on whether or not to pursue this bond, which will allow us to purchase the building, and that building won't be opened and operational until 2025. So during next year's budget development process, the library trustees and the library director will have the task of estimating what the additional operating costs will be at that time. So there's nothing in the current operating budget specific to the new building except Article 21, which is the library bond.
Rick?
Rick Walker, 24 Green Hill Road. Question for the foundation. Is the money that you have on the warrant article today all you have collected as of today?
Roger?
No, we have about $25,000 in cash that was kept back because the closing costs and those sorts of things were a little bit up in the air until this past week. There also then about $135,000 in what we refer to as contingency donations, which is to say, if you pass this bond on March 12th, actually this was said back in 2020, so these pledges have been sitting there. But if it passes, we stand to collect on at least a sizable fraction of that, I would guess. But I can't tell you it's $135,000. Does that answer?
Yes. The reason for that question is somebody who's involved in, I'm of the opinion that you should consider changing the article to show exactly how much money you have to donate. And the reason being is back in 1998, when the town went after a new public safety building, it was as apparent back then that we needed a public safety building as it is that we need a bigger library. And in 1990, I believe we started in 97, 1998, the warrant article went forward. Back then we had to have 66%. And the article failed by about 20 votes. And it was very disheartening for all of us. Every taxpayer in town knew that the fire station was too small for what we were trying to do. The ambulance bay was too small for what they were trying to do. The police station was too small for what they were trying to do. And it failed by 20 some odd votes. Thankfully, the committee looked at a number of different plans and ultimately decided to come back the next year with the exact same plan, and it passed the second time in 1998 by about the number of votes that it failed the first time. So my point being is that this will probably is going to be close on passing. So my point would be is that if you can, change your numbers and get the numbers down as much as you can, it may pick up them 25 or 30 votes that may make the difference on whether this passes or it doesn't. Thank you.
Barry?
How you doing? Jerry Cody from 80 Deer Ridge Drive. I was on the committee for the fire station. We knew it was going to be a little bit small back when we did that.
A little closer to the mic, Jerry, if you would, please.
What I'm hearing here is the library we have is too small. They do a lot with what they've got, and there was a lot of thought went into what they needed for a new library. And this is considerably smaller than what you originally wanted. My question is there plans to put an addition on this in the near future to make up this extra space that you felt you needed to begin with?
Susan?
We'll let Susan
can comment on that.
You go up and down all day.
Oh, that's good exercise, physical therapy. In answer to this question, we do not have any plans to expand the building. And I say that when we moved in 2020, when the library moved into the space it's in now, we thought that was a 10-year stopgap. It is now 2024. So basically, I couldn't tell you when there might be an addition on the building, but our feeling is as the nature of collections and reading has changed, and we weed aggressively, we bring in new materials, we get rid of old materials. It's more about the people space than it is the housing the collection kind of space. So I can't forecast that out. I don't know what the town size is going to be. Maybe in 10 years, trustees at that time, I won't be here then. Well, I mean, I won't be on the board then. I hope I'm still around. Will determine that they need more space in the children's area. That's a decision for the future. We have no plans. We have not discussed. This is just going to carry us for a couple of years.
So the plan was for a bigger building for today's needs, and we're not going to meet that. what's going to happen because a lot of thought was going into what size building you needed to begin with based on the amount of people you want to put in. This one's considerably smaller. If the expectations of those people are actually happen, is this place going to be big enough to house what you need?
So I just don't have a crystal ball on that. The American Library Association would tell you that you should plan 1.5 square feet per population. That would take us to like 15,000 square feet. This is way smaller than that. But that's, that allows for maybe a different array, more space than we have, more study rooms. I just don't feel that, quite honestly, we can afford to have the perfect library. That old saying, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I think we're going for a really good solution for the town, and we just can't afford, a 15,000 square foot building.
Connor has a comment on.
So two things. One of the big differences from the previous library proposals is large community space. So this proposal does not include large community meeting space like the previous proposals did. When we get to Article 22, hopefully soon, we'll hear about $1 million grant proposal that we have to make some improvements to the previous library building, 105 Ramsdale Lane, to address some of those community meeting needs. But that's one of the big square footage differences in what this proposal offers versus what prior proposals offered as far as meeting community needs.
It's going to be a lot cheaper in the long run if we make this what we need. We built the fire department that was too small, and now we're going to add on to that. And it's going to cost us a lot more to do this now than it would have been back then. Same thing's going to happen with the library. Even though it's a lot of money to do now, it's a lot less than what it'll be to do it later.
Very fair perspective.
Thank you for your time.
Let's have one more comment. Colin? We have to move on. We have a little bit more to do.
Good morning. Colin Williams, 94 Old Settlers Road. Little history. I moved to town in '89, went on the library board in '90, was on the board for 10 years. We doubled the size of the library twice in that period. Each time it wasn't ideal, but it was what we could afford and what the town could afford, and it improved the library services to the town. My personal history is I've been in the building trades since 1978. The last 20 years, I've been the construction supervisor for the facilities construction team at the university. And I am intimately acquainted with projects of this nature. My crew had gone in and did complete rebuilds of entire buildings or series of classrooms, that sort of thing. This is a outstanding, unbelievable opportunity to get the most bang for your buck. The building is sound. I'll put this in parentheses, it's new. It's only 24 years old. UNH, we're dealing with stuff from the 1800s on up through. The qualities that this building offers us in the layout cannot be duplicated any cheaper, and it will meet our needs for the foreseeable future. What else do I want to say? To say we should go for a more expensive, bigger building because that'll save money in the long run, you can say that forever. You can always put off, I want a McMansion on a $20,000 a year salary. You can't do that. You have to work with what you have. We have this opportunity. We should take advantage of it, and it'll be a benefit to everybody in the town, not just library users. As someone spoke previously, the value of your property in a town is reflected by the perception of the town as a whole. If you don't have a library, that turns off a lot of people. If you do have a good library, an active community, people want to move there, your property values go up. I would move to close discussion of this. Is that the proper?
I'll just do that. Okay, we've had a good discussion on this. Are we ready to move on? Yes, okay. Article 21 will appear on the ballot as written. Okay. Rick has a quick comment.
I would make a motion to restrict reconsideration of this article.
Okay, do we have a second? Susan Gaudiello seconded. All in favor of restricting reconsideration, raise your cards. All those opposed? All right. Reconsideration is restricted. Susan Gaudiello. Okay, Article 22. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,150,000 for improvements to the Recreation and Community Center facility at 105 Ramsdell Lane, including but not limited to the addition of programming space, and to authorize the Select Board to apply for and accept a $1 million Community Center Investment Program loan, CCIP loan for this project. It is anticipated that the loan will be forgiven in its entirety. Further, to raise and appropriate $150,000 from the Recreation Revolving Fund for the 15% required matching funds. 60% majority is required for this article also. Should the loan be denied, this article shall be null and void. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 23, the operating budget article. This article will have no impact on 2024 property taxes. And I believe Jessica Tennis, the rec director, is going to speak on this article.
All right, Jessica Tennis, Recreation Director. So on this warrant article, basically the Recreation Department became aware of this community center grant at the end of last year. With a quick turnaround time, it was something that we knew that we couldn't pass up with the ongoing discussions here in town. As you are aware, if the library passes, the Recreation Department would expand to the vacated space upstairs. In an effort to minimize additional funding requests, this grant was submitted with the intent of retrofitting the vacated space. Our goal with this grant funding is to expand programming space so that we can diversify our offerings and better serve the needs of our community. If the library does pass, we would construct a small addition off of the front of the recreation building to achieve the same goals. This article allows the department to accept these funds if awarded as a forgivable loan instead of a federal grant monies. The $150,000 match would be funded by the Recreation Revolving Fund, which is made up of user fees and would have no impact on the taxpayers. That's what I got. Pretty straightforward.
So library passes, the $1 million in addition to the $300,000 is invested primarily upstairs in the existing library space. Library fails, we receive the $1 million grant. A small addition is added on to the front of the gym into the parking lot to add indoor programming space and reconfigure the space there. So if we receive the grant, there's a plan whether the library passes or fails. If the library passes, obviously we have a little bit more money. We can invest that upstairs within the existing building footprint.
Okay, any comments from the Select Board? Rob?
I'm on. I think our Recreation Department does a fantastic job. They're basically funded by the user fees, but there are limits to what is available, particularly for older people. Our youth programs are marvelous, but they're mostly outdoors. But there are so many other options, and I know Jessica's discussed those with all sorts of people. I think it's an easy fix here. It's not going to cost us a great deal. They actually might reduce the cost because the plans for the improvement of the rec department will increase and improve the energy efficiency of the building, which right now is not good. It'll replace a leaking roof, among other things. So I think this is an easy fix for to improve the quality of life for the people of town.
Okay, does ABC have any comment? Oh, Okay, I forgot to mention that the both the ABC and the Select Board approved this article 5-0. That's it for the Select Board? Okay. All right, anybody in the audience have a comment? Oh, Tracy. Tracy, you got to jump up.
This is one of the times where we would absolutely not be smart people if we do not vote in support of this. When federal dollars are coming down from the sky, you turn your umbrella upside down and you capture those dollars. And I personally reviewed this grant application. I'll be thrilled to see it be approved, and I have every feeling that it will, because it was so well written. Hats off to you for that. It was a lot of work. But this is turn your umbrellas upside down, folks, and capture what's coming our way. The growth and the glow in this community is amazing. It's going to continue because we are a unicorn in Stratford County. We have low taxes. We have school of choice. We have beautiful sprawl. We have 47% conserved land and water in this town. Everyone is figuring out how special it is. It's going to keep growing. The only way to stop that is for all of you to buy up that land and not use it. So that's not going to happen. And we need to prepare for that future and that growth and that glow.
Carolyn Robbins, Chesley Drive. I just wanted to comment, and hopefully you will confirm this for me because I'm pulling out of you know where. The rec department does, like as someone else said, a fantastic job with programming for kids, but there are a lot of programs for adults. And they absolutely could expand what they offer to adults and kids if they had additional space. Right now, the space available is the gym. And so, like, my husband participates in the drop-in basketball on Sunday mornings at no cost. But there are a lot of other programs. So the community space that got taken out of the library could come from the rec department potentially, if they can offer more programs, if they have the space to do so. So I think that this addresses that gentleman's concerns about the cuts in the space to the library. Yes, we made compromises because we had to. It's what's in the budget, it's what we can afford, it's what we can do. But now we have money falling from the sky that can potentially help create the space that we had to cut from the library. And I think that, again, I think it would be definitely the smart move to accept both proposals because it gets us what we want, maybe not in that perfect town center form, but the townsfolk didn't want that because it was too expensive. So we have to work within the budget that we have. And I think this still creates for us the space that we need now and into the foreseeable future for all of the programs that we originally talked about in the future of the town.
Any more comments from the floor? Seeing none? I'm sorry. Yes, please.
I just wanted to expand on that because through the grant application process, we actually really had to look at what we would utilize the additional space for. We utilized our needs assessment and strategic plan to kind of identify what some of those responses from the community were. With that process, we were actually able to identify over 50 additional programs that we could expand. We really tried to focus on a lot of the adult, but also a lot of multi-generational programming. So having a variety of ages, generations within the same space, operating at the same time. Some of those programs were happening simultaneously. Some of them were, all ages within the same program. But that was really something that we really tried to focus on with the, brainstorming of different activities and programs that we would expand on if we were granted the grant opportunity. So, thank you.
Any more comments? Rick is waiting till after the comments. Okay. Seeing no more comments, Article 22 will appear on the ballot as written.
I'd make a motion to restrict reconsideration of this article.
All right. Do we have a second? Roger, you seconded. Roger Gingrich seconded. All right. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration? Okay. All those opposed? All right. It is restricted. All right. Article 23, the operating budget. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amounts set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by vote of the first session I'm going to wait for the wind machine in the bathroom. That's pretty loud. For the purposes set forth therein, totaling $8,998,280. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $8,666,644, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town or by law. Or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, Roman numerals 10 and 16, to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. This article is projected to add 8 cents per $1,000 of assessed valuation to the 2024 tax rate, or $34 to the tax bill on a $425,000 property. This is recommended by the ABC and the Select Board 5-0. Connor will speak on this article.
Thank you. So the warrant is very top heavy, right? So the first few articles that we'll hear will definitely take up the most amount of time this morning, and then hopefully we'll hit our stride and get out of here by noon. The operating budget article is maybe the most important for the services that you all receive as residents of the community. And this is really the residents' budget. You elect a select board and they appoint an advisory budget committee to pull this all together for you, but you all get to vote. So we're going to spend just a little bit of time giving some background and details of the budget, and then leave time for questions or comments about that. Really quickly, at the front table, if you don't have a copy of the voter guide, make sure you have a copy of that. The white pages are the regular warrant. The salmon colored pages are the zoning articles. So there's details of the warrant, explanation, recommendations from various groups. What we're talking about right now is the budget, which is the second primary document up here. What you see in green is the proposed operating budget. In this form, you see what last year's operating budget was, and you also see what last year's expenditures were, so that you can compare where the budget is now compared to where it was and compared to how we've spent it. And the gold is the default budget. So if you're looking to follow along, that's a great way to do so. So this year's operating budget is proposed at just under $9 million, $8,998,280, which represents a 7.78% increase. We'll talk about the sources of those, but it's primarily inflation and staffing. The moderator mentioned the tax rate impact, which is 8 cents per thousand, or $34 on a $425,000 property. We'll talk about revenue, which is increasing 5.74%. We'll talk about why that's important, because only about half of our revenue comes from property taxes, which we all care deeply about. The default budget, as mentioned, is $8,664,644. You heard the chair talk in her introduction about how there's a lot of articles that are unanimously supported by the Select Board and Advisory Budget Committee. And the single biggest thing I hear from the community in my role about that support is, oh, they're just rubber stamps, right? And I challenge that, and will explain to you that this process is a collaborative process with hours of negotiation in order to get to a proposal that we bring to residents that is supported by both groups. We have an incredibly diverse select board and an incredibly diverse advisory budget committee. And the fact that those 10 individuals agree that this is what's best for the community speaks a lot to the time and effort that department heads and those groups put into the process. And so that process is important, and all of that process is available to you to see as much detail as you want. So we have a 400 and more page budget binder that the budget committee and the select board use through the entire process. And that is available entirely electronically at barrington.nh.gov/2024 budget. In addition, you heard the chair say that more meetings are available for virtual participation and recording. Every single one of the advisory budget committee meetings was available for virtual participation and is recorded on the town's website, hosted on YouTube. And so this process is intended to be very transparent. It is the expectation that any resident that wants to know anything about their operating budget can do so from the comfort of their own home. But if not, feel free to ask questions. You heard about Ask Barrington earlier. This is also a great forum to ask questions and get additional details. So we talked about revenue and funding and why that's important. What this pie chart shows is that 51% of our total operating budget comes from property taxes. An almost equal share comes from vehicle registration, state and federal aid, fees for service, miscellaneous revenue. So I mentioned on the cover slide that revenue for next year is increasing almost 6%. That's important because that offsets what needs to be increased and raised by property taxes. And that's why you see that the increase, a 7.78% increase in an operating budget, only reflects 8 cents on your property tax rate, or $34 on a $425,000 home. So the select board, as advised by the advisory budget committee, affects change on these revenue sources as they can to offset the needs for services in the community. And a great example is the need for an additional part-time deputy building inspector. So you heard that from Tracy Hardikoff that the town continues to grow, and this demand is something that can't be stopped. People are attracted to coming to Barrington, and that has put an incredible demand on the building department because everything that's built needs to be inspected. And so we collect fees for those services. So when the building department said we need more people, we need an additional part-time employee, the select board and advisory budget committee said it shouldn't be the residents through their property taxes that are paying for that increase. It should be the people that are pulling building permits and building in the town to pay for that increase. And so the select board, in addition to including in the operating budget funding for an additional part-time deputy building inspector, increased building permit fees to cover the additional cost. So that's a complete wash. Now the operating budget still goes up to cover those costs because revenues comes in separate and is used to buy down the tax rate. But those are things that the select board can do in order to offset how much in property taxes needs to be raised. I'll also give a nod to at the state level, the increases in state aid that is coming to the municipalities. So meals and rooms tax is probably the biggest single area, but we have legislators and the governor who have fought to include increases in the state budget to send money down to municipalities, which simply offsets how much you need to pay in property taxes. And so we've seen increases and we expect increases again next year. And that piece of the pie makes a big difference in what you all pay in property taxes. So that's where we get our money. So now let's talk about that green piece of the pie chart, that 51%, which is property taxes. So the 2023 property tax rate was $16.69 per thousand of assessed value. $12.31 of that is education, $2.66 is municipal, and $1.72 is the county portion. So by percentage, the property taxes that you pay, 16% of that goes to fund the municipal services. That's your police, fire, highway department, library, recreation department, et cetera. This line chart that you see shows that back in 2013, that portion was over 20%. So consistently, year over year, the town's portion of the total tax rate has decreased. And that doesn't mean the budget hasn't gone up. It has, but it has gone up at a slower rate. And so the portion of the total tax rate has been decreasing. So now specifically the operating budget, right? So this is the $9 million budget that you all will vote on March 12th, Article 23. And I told you that there's two primary drivers for the increase, the 7.78% increase. The first is inflation. So there's details of some of the large dollar amount pieces of inflation in here, but the point I want to emphasize is that the advisory budget committee and the select board through this process try to balance a level of service. We are a customer service organization. We provide services to residents. Balance a level of service with the cost of that service. Now, when we're in an aggressive inflationary period like we were in for the preceding 2 years, that means the cost to provide the same level of service is much higher. And so these pieces of inflation, these inflationary drivers of the operating budget, don't lead to any additional services. These cost increases are simply the cost increases necessary to provide the same level of service that we did in 2023. And that's tough, right? When we're putting a budget together and we're looking at over $100,000 of just inflationary cost increases, it makes it difficult to add additional needs into the budget, which a lot of those needs were either compromised or other solutions were sought. So paving, $50,000, paved roads, $15,000, winter contractors, right? Nobody in Barrington, everybody in Barrington appreciates the quality of our roads, and everybody knows that they're leaving Barrington as soon as they cross the town line and experience roads that aren't as well maintained. Well, unfortunately, that costs money, and this select board's committed to supporting the highway department and our winter contractors. Recycling costs have gone up, trash bag costs have gone up. Some of this is offset by user fees. Salt, again, another road maintenance. Vehicles and vehicle maintenance costs have increased also. Staffing, this is the second biggest portion and about 75% of the increase. And truth be told, some of these staffing increases are driven by inflation also, right? There's a 3% cost of living because the Select Board and Budget Committee want to make sure that the dollars that we are paying our employees are worth the same as they were previously. So some of the additional specific cost increases, benefit costs. Anybody who deals in health insurance knows that health insurance premiums have continued to increase at a rapid clip since COVID. And so we experience a cost increase in the operating budget because of that. There's a fire department staff member who was added in 2022, and part of that position was paid for out of the revolving fund in 2023, and now that entire position is in the budget in 2024. The town is responsible for the landscaping of municipal facilities now. Last year, we pulled a crew member off the highway department in order to meet those needs, and what's proposed this year is that we have a seasonal employee for the summer to do that work. The recreation administrative assistant, currently 9 hours of that position are funded from the revolving fund. This moves those 9 hours to the operating budget. We talked about the building department, adding that deputy building inspector, which is offset by revenue from permit fees. The fire department has proposed a new administrative assistant at 24 hours a week. That's set to go into effect in April. The library made a couple of staffing changes that had minor increases in the operating budget. And the transfer station, in this operating budget, we have a proposal to maintain the same number of hours all year in the transfer station. Users of that facility know that in the summer, we have summer hours where the facility is open on Thursday. Interestingly, the data says that the 2 months we collect the most trash at that facility is January and December. So the fact that we're open more in the summer is beyond me, because if we're going to be open any additional hours, it should be when we're collecting the most trash. So this proposal at only $8,600 says that we would be able to have essentially Thursday hours year round, although the hours would change a little bit, but be open the same schedule year round. So again, this is that operating budget. It compares 2023 to 2024. You see that 7.78% increase. You see revenue, a 5.74% increase, and the estimated property tax rate increase of 8 cents or $34,000 on the tax bill of a $425,000 property. You heard in the chair's opening remarks that we brought in $2.7 million in grants in 2023 on top of the $2.3 million in grants in 2022. You heard about an article that we've pursued a grant for $1 million that we hope to be able to collect in 2024. This is incredibly impactful work that's being done by the staff members of the town in order to offset increases in the operating budget and other costs. Everything costs money, and we're very tight about what we bring to the Budget Committee and the Select Board for proposals, because we know that we need support of the community for the additional needs that we have or additional levels of service residents are asking for. And so these grant programs and the time spent pursuing the grant funding at this level is a direct impact into your tax rate and money that we don't need to raise through property taxes. And so the largest portion here was the Green Hill Bridge project, but hundreds of thousands of dollars in other grants, including a generator for the 105 Ramsdale Lane and the communication tower that's there. We will continue at a rapid clip pursuing any grant opportunity we can on your behalf to reduce the property taxes that you have to pay. So finally, I just want to end here a little bit on what we do with your money, right? So I told you that we balance a level of service with a cost, and that level of service is really astounding. And so there's listed here the various departments of the town. The assessing department assigns values to 5,000 parcels in town. Building department issued 757 permits last year. Told you about the $2.7 million in grants. Fire and ambulance department responds to over 1,100 calls for service. Highway department maintains 80 miles of roads. The land use department processed 75 applications last year. The library borrowed 67,000 items. The police department responded to almost 20,000 events or calls for service. The recreation department offered 40 programs with almost 5,000 participants, and you heard about their plans to continue increasing those service offerings. Our tax collector, Linda Markowitz, who is absolutely phenomenal, sends out all of the tax bills for the town, the school, and the county, and collected over $30 million in tax bills. The town clerk registered 13,000 vehicles, and this is my favorite one, registered 2,251 dogs. right? We don't even have 10,000 residents, and we have 2,251 dogs that are registered. And I know if I asked for a show of hands, probably a dozen of you would say that you have a dog that isn't registered. And so we might be able to increase that number by 10 or 15%. The transfer station brought in 1,500 tons of trash and almost 500 tons of recycling. Barrington is very busy. We do a lot with that. Remember, $2.66 per thousand of your tax rate. Only 16% of the taxes that you pay, we provide that level of service to the community. So on this bar chart, you can see our tax rate as a whole and our municipal tax rate. That's the green bars. And then in red is how big Barrington is. And so our population puts us in the 87th percentile. Only 13% of the towns and cities in New Hampshire have more residents than the town of Barrington. We're bigger than 87% of the towns and cities in New Hampshire, which is crazy because it feels like a very small and rural town, which is terrific. And these 5 and many others are fighting to keep it feeling that way. But that's an uphill battle when you're bigger than 87% of the towns and cities in New Hampshire. Total property value, 83rd percentile. Land area, 80th percentile. So by some of the most important metrics for municipal services, Barrington is a very big community. Now on the green bars, what you see is our municipal tax rate and corrected for each one of those metrics. So the first one, at 16% of the total tax rate, we're in the 7th percentile, which means that only 15 communities, by count, only 15 communities in the state that have a smaller portion of their tax rate go to the municipality. And most of those communities are in rural parts of the state that don't have a police department. The county provides those services, that have an all-volunteer fire department, and Barrington is in that mix, an incredibly lean municipal government. So our municipal property tax rate by population, so like a per capita representation of our municipal property tax rate, 6th percentile. Right, 94% of the towns and cities in New Hampshire have a larger per capita tax rate for the municipality than Barrington does. You can use this information to brag to all your friends and neighbors that don't live in Barrington. Don't invite them though, because it seems like, seems like the gates are shut. I don't know. Property value is the 10th percentile. The municipal tax rate per land area is 8th percentile. Which, let's talk about that for a second, because we talked about how good the roads are in Barrington. That costs a tremendous amount of money, right? It costs a lot of money to maintain over 80 miles of roads. And Barrington being so big, you would think that that would make our property tax rate per land area much higher because we spend so much on our roads. 8th percentile, 92% of the towns and cities in New Hampshire by land area have a larger municipal property tax rate. So these are just some maps that show the same data. They'll show up better on the TV, but these maps, these are population value and land area, and all the red towns and cities are bigger than New Hampshire. You see the one all the way on the right, all the land area towns and cities that are bigger than New Hampshire, most of them are in the top tier of the state. So Tracy Hardikoff said Barrington's a unicorn, and this really speaks to that. This is that municipal property tax rate, right? So the red communities are the only ones smaller than Barrington, or each one of these metrics. And you don't need to see all the details except to see that there isn't a lot of red, right? Barrington, that green diamond, Barrington has an incredibly small municipal property tax rate. And so all of this just to instill confidence in you that the staff, the select board, the advisory budget committee do everything they can to make sure that the services we provide are done in the most efficient and the most lean way possible to respect the money that you spend in property taxes to the town. And so I'm happy to answer any questions or provide additional information.
Select board have any comment?
I would point out that the statutorily required alternate budget of 866 some thousand, where actually the proposed budget is is right around 2% increase from that will be required if we don't pass this budget article. So it's not, I mean, we can think of this as a 2% rise as opposed to a 7% rise, even though the total rise is 7%.
Any other select board comment? Tracy?
I would just say if you have a question about this operating budget, maybe your neighbor does too, use Ask Barrington and put it out there so that Connor or one of the department heads can answer a question in reference to the budget, because then they'll publish it out there for the rest of the residents.
Rob? Just want to thank Connor and the town employees for all their effort on this. They really put together a thoughtful, conservative, and thorough budget. And I'd like to thank the ABC and the fellow select board members for working together so that we can review these budgets. Like Connor said, it's not just a rubber stamp. There's a lot of review. All of this is transparent, available on the website. Meetings are recorded. Invite you to be part of the process and see all that goes into this. I can't really add much more than what Connor already gave with a great presentation. I just want to say thank you for a great job.
Any ABC comments? Steve?
Select Board has been very supportive of the ABC, and I would like to shed a little bit of history. I mean, when I joined the ABC, we had a prior administrator, a different Select Board, and there was an incremental budget process, which is the government process, which says, I'll compare the budget this year to what the budget was last year, without regard to what was actually spent, how surpluses were made. And it was really a budget that had a lot of slack in it, not a lot of detail to it. And there were lack of controls and accountability at the departmental level and at the total town level. So the ABC at that time began to make recommendations on improving that process. We began to ask questions about, give us more specifics about where you're planning to spend versus what your budget was last year and what you actually spent last year. Comparisons of those kinds of things. Put a lot of detail into it. And now, after many changes and having a new administrator who is supporting that change, we have a budget that's put together with great detail, almost what I would call a zero-based process, which is what is very similar to industry. Everything that is in the budget has a detail behind it, all the expenditures, all the salaries, and the detail that the ABC is provided by the department's head who put all that work into putting that together is something that has now improved to a level where, while we in the ABC take a budget proposal, go by line and say, is this justified? Is this warranted? What was last year? What's this year? We look at all those items. We come back. The department heads meet with us to explain those things, accept our challenges when we have questions, and respond to them. And this year, we had a good process whereby we didn't have too many questions that we had to challenge. So it was like, wow, what are we doing here? The department heads, the administrator have really put together a real tight budget, and we're just very proud of that. And I want to thank the ABC members for all the work they put into this, because it's a lot of tedious work to go through line by line, every department, what's being spent, what's proposed for spending, what any increases are, and justification of why there might be an increase. And we feel that we're very pleased with the budget that we can present this year.
Are there any comments from the floor? Robert?
Robert Drew. I support the library, and I've been a resident of town for a number of years and think the town is very thrifty with its money. I'm not a math major, and maybe I'll embarrass myself here, but the warrant article for the library is $3.3 million, which is going to raise the tax rate 14 cents per thousand or 60 on a $425,000 property. The town budget is $8.6 million, which my simple math is about 2.25% higher than the library, and yet it's only going to raise the tax rate by 8 cents per thousand or $34 on a $425,000 property. So I'm not really sure how that works.
It's an excellent question, and it bears repeating. This pie chart shows that only half of that operating budget comes from property taxes, which is why the increase in what's raised by property taxes is smaller. So there's increase in revenue. You remember there's almost a 6% increase in non-property tax revenue that is budgeted for next year. Part of that is new building permit fees. And if you go to the transfer station, you know there's increased fees at the transfer station to offset the increase in costs. So there's more to the equation for the operating budget than just operating budget increase and property tax increase. You have to factor in this 49% of offsetting revenue. Great question.
That was a good question.
Any other comments? Seeing none, Article 23 will appear on the ballot as written. Okay, I just was wondering if Rick was going to jump up and
Yeah, is Rick here?
Somebody else.
I'm in the front row.
I'll give you a portable mic, Rick, to have up there.
This is how we get our steps in the day. Lisa Titus, Nicholas Waite. I'd like to make a motion to restrict discussion on this article.
Okay, do we have a second? Rick Walker seconds. Okay. All right. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration? Okay. All those opposed? It is restricted. All right. We'll do one more article, and then we'll take a little break. Article 24. To see if the town will vote to A, establish the Barrington Commons and Town Center Tax Increment Financing District in accordance with RSA 162K, adopted by the Barrington Town Meeting in 1988. The proposed district includes 79 properties near the Route 125 and 9 intersection, as represented in the map found in Section 5 of the Development Program and Financing Plan adopted by the Select Board on December 11th, 2023. B, adopt the provisions of the Barrington Commons and Town Center TIF District Development Program and Financing Plan adopted by the Select Board on December 11th, 2023, in accordance with RSA 162K6 and RSA 162K9. Copies of the Town Center TIF District Map, Development Program, Financing Plan are available at the Town Hall and on the town website. C, authorize the Select Board to appoint the District Administrator in accordance with RSA 162K13 and to create a 5-member advisory board in accordance with RSA 162K14 with the advisory board membership to be determined by the Select Board. This article is recommended by the ABC 3-2 and by the Select Board 5-0. Connor will speak on this one.
Great. I will try to be brief. So the frequent flyers to this session in town business know that there was a similar article last year, it was Article 9, and that article failed, receiving only 45.5% of the positive vote. And a very important part of the process that we all participate in is getting feedback from residents. The best form of feedback is when you go in and pull the curtain close and fill in a circle, yes or no, right? And so it is incumbent upon us to listen to that feedback. And if we're going to bring something forward again, we need to make sure that what we're bringing forward is responsive to the feedback that we get. So the proposal for establishing a town center tax increment financing district last year, residents said it was too large. It extended up to Scruton Pond Road and down to Beauty Hill Road and out to Ramsdale Lane in the west. It was too abstract. There wasn't any specific plan. It was hey, let's turn on this financing plan and then figure out what we're going to spend money on afterwards. They said it was too long. It was proposed at 20 years in length. And so after the failure, the Select Board reconvened and contemplated those details. And one of at the strategic planning session over the summer, about that same time, the Select Board saw that the 13-acre property behind where Knight's Garage was MD Motors, next to the post office, next to the elementary school, that 13-acre property that's tucked behind was for sale. And the Select Board said that would be a really great way to establish the town center like we've heard the vision. And so that started the conversation about funding through a town center tax increment financing district again. So this proposal that I'll provide some details on now, is smaller. It's a third of the size of what was proposed in 2023. It's more specific. The plan is to establish the town center tax increment financing district, buy the 13-acre lot, establish the Barrington Commons, which is essentially a public park, and to make other town center improvements. And it's much shorter. We propose to do this in 8 years compared to last year, which was 20 years. So for those of you who don't pay close attention, the town center is a zoning district. It's in yellow or white up there, yellow on the TV screens here, but it centers around the intersection of Route 9 and 125. And so in 2003 is the first time residents got together and started talking about this idea of a town center and what they wanted that to be. And that led to zoning changes in 2008 where the town center zoning district was established. But many times since then, residents have talked about establishing a quaint town center that preserves our character, provides a place for residents to gather, and provides a place for businesses to thrive. And it hasn't ever really happened, and that's what the select board is trying to make happen, and this is the plan to do that. So throughout those various processes, this is from back in 2007, residents have provided input on what exactly they want the town center to look like, how they want it to be, and a big part of that was civic use and open space. And so this is a more updated plan, and we'll see a zoom in a second, but the 13-acre, I can turn on a laser pointer here. So this is that 13-acre lot I was talking about. 125 is right here. Route 9 goes side to side. This is Caleb's Country Store. So this 13-acre lot is a lot for sale that the select board wants to consolidate the civic use and open space portions of a town center onto this lot, primarily for passive recreation use. So what have residents said that they want the town center to include? Gathering and recreation space, trails, gazebos, a town green, a pavilion. We had the summer concert series last year, which we were so generously provided a lease to the land owned by Holy Rosary Credit Union to have in that field there. And we want to make sure that we have an opportunity to provide programs like that to residents forever. And this is, part of the way that we'd like to see that happen. Residents have also said they want to see transportation upgrades. So we don't have school zones on Route 9 or 125, and that has largely been a lack of interest in investing the funding to do it. And so as a funding mechanism, if we're going to invest in the town center, let's clean up some of the transportation issues that people have identified for years, like school zones. Frontage roads and gateways speak to some of the organization of the roads if there are new roads added in the town center. Sidewalks or crosswalks, and sidewalks don't necessarily mean sidewalks along roads, right? These could be improvements to the trails that already exist, working with the private owners of the old railroad bed that goes between Route 9 and Scruton Pond Road, and working with private property owners as property is developed to create opportunities for people to access the town center without necessarily having to touch Route 9 or Route 125. And quaint commercial development, retail, cafes, restaurants, etc. So we have a plan, and it's time to make it happen. You heard when the moderator read the warrant article, in 1988, the residents established the enabling legislation, which is RSA 162K, to establish tax increment financing districts. And it hasn't ever been utilized. It's a flexible tool that residents are in charge of. But we did the town center plan in 2007, community profile in 2014, recreation needs assessment in 19. Every chapter that we've updated in the master plan, residents have talked about the town center. Changes to zoning ordinance and the zoning map have reflected the interest in a town center. So the Barrington Commons is the name for this 13 acres that is destined to be a park with resident support. So it's a 13-acre vacant lot, map 239, lot 7, and it's proposed to be developed as a public park. Very importantly, the town's investment of this property isn't solely focused on establishment as a public park. It's a large motivating factor in establishing a quaint town center and having civic use and open space. But the town investing in this lot preserves redevelopment potential for adjacent real estate. So there's two main properties, the old Knights, now MD Motors, and the old Frank Jones, that have lot constraints, whether it be property line setbacks or septic or nitrate loading issues or water capacity issues. You know, you have to have your well farther away from your septic. And so what that means is those lots have barriers to further development or redevelopment that would expand our commercial tax base. And without additional land, those barriers are likely to exist many years in the future. And so if the town is able to invest in this 13 acres as a vacant property, essentially, as recreation space, that isn't developed to the maximum extent possible for septic loading or well capacity, then the town could sell or license that development capacity to the adjacent properties in order to invest in redevelopment of the more prime commercial real estate with all of the frontage along 125 and still preserve the open space in the back, but generate some property tax revenue from that development potential. And so we'll talk a little bit about why that's important on the next two slides. My first question to that point would be, why hasn't the free market solved that problem, right? Knight's Garage lots just sold, the Frank Jones property just sold. They could have bought the 13 acres at the same time. Apparently there hasn't been anybody with that deep of pockets, and that has been a barrier to those, the recent transactions. But the owner of this lot proposed a development in 2022 that included 62 assisted living units and 32 residential units. You see that plan here. And whether the town would benefit from assisted living or that level of density is a topic for conversation on another day. But this level of development eliminates the redevelopment potential of the adjacent lots. And so those properties that have barriers to development or redevelopment, with all of the frontage on 125, the stuff that you see when you drive down 125 now has less potential. This is a marketing conceptual that the owner of the lot has included in the real estate listing, and it shows 5 commercial buildings with 91 residential units on that lot. And there's a myth in town that the town has, you know, full control over what somebody can do with their own property, and that is very much not true. Property rights reign supreme in the state of New Hampshire. And I tell people, if you want to see something happen on a piece of property, then you can buy it, and then you get to make all of the decisions. If you want a tree cut down or not cut down, if you own the land, you get to make that decision. But the town does have some control through its zoning ordinance. But what the select board is proposing to do in response to resident concerns about our rural character and the density of residential development, the select board see this 13-acre property as an opportunity to buy it so the town can own it, establish it as a park, in part prevent it from being fully developed or developed with 91 residential units right in the center of town on top of a high-value stratified drift aquifer, and invest in the town's future by preserving its character in that way. So what is a tax increment financing district? I said that it's an economic development tool. It's the funding plan. This is how we'll pay for buying that lot and making some improvements without raising property taxes. It's temporary. I told you it's proposed at 8 years. It funds improvements like civic use public facilities, transportation. It gives us the ability to realize the town center vision, and it's a popular tool used across the state. So what it does specifically is any new development that happens within the district, only the new value is captured, and the taxes paid on that new value are reinvested within the district. So when development, the property tax base as it exists now will stay the same, but new development is reinvested. And the reason that's important is because we've heard from residents that new people coming to town want a different level of service than existing residents sometimes. And it should be those new residents that are paying for that. And there aren't a lot of mechanisms to make that happen because we all pay property taxes, we all pay into the kitty. Tax increment financing allows new development that happens. Think the 40 units across the street from the middle school, or the 80 units behind Irving, or some of the other commercial development that is conditionally approved in the area. It temporarily takes that additional value and makes it available to reinvest in the town center, like I said, over the 8 years without increasing taxes across the town. It allows development partnerships. Importantly, voters are in charge. Only voters can establish a tax increment financing plan. requires 60% for any future bonds, and there's an advisory board and the select board's involved in decision making. Very importantly, establishing a tax increment financing district does not change zoning. All of the land use rules stay the same. Doesn't change property rights, whether you own land within the district or not, doesn't change what you can do with it. It doesn't increase taxes, so everybody still pays the same in taxes. Whether you live inside the district, own property inside the district, or outside, everybody pays the same in taxes. For the property within the district, any new value, a portion of those taxes just go into the account to fund the investments in the district. Doesn't create special fees or assessments. It doesn't decrease funding to the school or county. Again, that original value is captured. So this is the map. This is what it looks like. I told you it's much smaller. It extends up north about halfway to Scruton Pond Road. It extends out to the middle school and down to the elementary school in the south. And in the west, it only extends about to the cemetery. It's 79 parcels, about 516 acres. The baseline value is about $40 million. There's no bond, and it's designed around the theme of a town center. And it is supported by both the Advisory Budget Committee and Select Board. Importantly, it's a split vote in the Advisory Budget Committee. Not all of the members supported it. And we've heard previously from residents that it's challenging to understand sometimes in reviewing the materials why somebody had a dissenting opinion or a dissenting vote. And so if you turn to Article 24 in your voter guide, you'll see that in green, the Advisory Budget Committee recommendation includes why the majority supported it, but also why the minority didn't support it. And so you have full transparency about why it's a good idea, why it's a bad idea. I'll summarize the minority's opinion for you, which is there are unknowns, right? We don't know what the future of Barrington will look like. We don't know what the future of development looks like. And this investment is somewhat of a risk because we don't know if there'll be additional development. We don't know if we will always want a public park in the center of town. And the funding for maintenance of that park after 8 years will have to come from property taxes. And the additional development that happens might not be enough to justify offsetting that. So very legitimate counterpoints, but those details are in your voter guide. And I know it's a complex topic. I'm happy to answer questions, but I will point residents also to barrington.nh.gov/TIF, which has details about the proposal.
Select Board, have any comments?
After.
Okay, ABC, have anything? Anything from the ABC? Any comments from the floor? Yeah.
Morning, Matt Town out on Stillwater Way. Just a quick question. First of all, I would say I firmly support this whole idea of the TIF district. It's a way to capture future revenue and bring it into today's term to buy something where we can have an opportunity that otherwise might go away. So the question I have is, what happens to the piece of land that is not covered by the TIF district that was covered in the last version in the last year? Obviously, this one's smaller. So in that delta, that difference between the two, what happens to that piece of land?
That's a good question. So a tax increment financing district allows you to invest those incremental tax dollars within the district. And so any property that was in the district last year that isn't in the district this year, not only will revenue not be generated from that land, but investments will not be able to be made in that geographic area. So most of the investments, when the Select Board revisited this, most of the investments the Select Board wanted to make were really in that core intersection area of Route 9 and Route 125. And so that's where the geography was bounded to this time around. So the property that goes farther up to Scruton Pond Road and farther west to Ramsdale, that just means that these funds wouldn't be able to be used to invest in any improvements in those areas, not in the district.
Follow up?
Go ahead.
Just a quick follow-up on that. So what happens to the land that was not? And do we have an opportunity in the future here to put that in TIF district?
Residents have the ability to expand or shrink the geography of a tax increment financing district at future town meetings. There are limits. You can't have more than 5% by geography of the land area in any one tax increment financing district. This is only proposed at like 1.5, so there's a lot of room for growth there. And there are also limits on the assessed value. You can't have more than 8% of a town's total assessed value in one tax increment financing district. This one, I think, is at 2.65. So there's a lot of room, but it could be changed at future town meetings, but that would be a resident decision.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah.
Daniel Ayer. I am a taxpayer. I'm a business owner in this town. And I'm an ex-selectman, and I've donated a lot of time to this town. Where are the costs for the building improvements, sidewalks, trails, gazebos? Going to be paid off in 8 years. Townsend has growth. My rough estimates, just looking at presented, this conversation, $4 million. So you take, and that's supposed to be paid off in 8 years. So if you build it, they will come. That people in that area is not going to generate enough money. It's going to be a tax impact. And if you want to buy it, we got to pay for it. It's preserve it. So as I was a selectman, things happen in life and things you overspend. Conservation budget went over $260,000 for over 11 years. We corrected that because funding didn't come in full on some stuff and miscalculations, but it happens. And they never got red flagged in the audits. Right now, if this comes up and forth, we build all this stuff and we have the tax revenues at the end of 8 years, we're going to have a bill to pay. And that's on the new development that comes in here. So you can't take all that money out. This is the new stuff there. So Rochester, Route 11, and that area, they use that in the district, they built that up. But now they have the future income to offset it. I'm not the smartest person in the world, but I know this will never pay for itself. It's going to be a cost and burden on the state. And we have other line items and thing, and I bring up next on 27. We've been talking about all this cost increases and burden and stuff. We spent all this money on engineers and stuff over the years, 88 grand. What's this new pavement management plan this cost? We have not raised that paving line in probably 12 years, roughly. In different areas, roughly. Don't quote me on this, but we need to increase that and need growth. And if we want the town center, it's going to cost us. Conservation has done a great job on other lands and stuff, but this is going to be a flat out cost to us and expense and maintenance. Any way you look at it. Thank you.
You bring up two really important points. First, about the bond and the Route 11 project in Rochester. Very importantly, many tax increment financing districts are proposed concurrently with bonded indebtedness for future costs. And that is a risk because if you don't realize the development and the tax dollars, then you have that commitment to pay back the bond and you don't have revenue for it. Very importantly, this proposal does not propose a bond. And so the risk of having a commitment to fund something into the future, like a bond, like the Route 11 project, is different. The second point hits very specifically on what the dissenting opinion from the Budget Committee was, which is that there will be costs to residents from this investment in the town. And that is 100% true. What those costs are, what those operating costs will be, are unknown because residents will be involved in what is developed on those 13 acres. We show some conceptual plans to show what the lot could support. The Recreation Department put together a really good list of what they have heard from residents through their strategic planning processes about what residents want. And they include estimated costs for each one of those components: walking trails and, Frisbee golf and playgrounds and pavilions. And so residents would be involved in deciding what goes on there. And absolutely, after 8 years, when the district expires, whatever improvements are made will have ongoing maintenance costs, which will be in the operating budget or in separate funding through separate warrant articles. And so make no mistake, you don't get something for nothing. The ongoing operation costs after 8 years will absolutely exist. And so that's an important point, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to emphasize that.
John Wallace, 184 Mary Hill Road. Just a quick question relating to this development of a park or recreational space. I'm just curious, as one who's been involved in open space and conservation in town for many, many years. Is there a formal definition with the state, as there is, say, for a town forest, as to what will constitute a park, and how will that mix into things? I mean, I realize this is down the road, but I'm just curious as to how that could go.
Not in the same way that there is for a town forest. So by statute, the property would just simply be a town asset, just like the land at the public safety building, and just like actually most of the town's conservation property, which isn't a town forest. The town forest designation that's allowed in state statute is partially driven by revenue. So special for a town forest, if you have a town forest, any revenue generated by that town forest can be automatically deposited in a separate account. And so a lot of the statutes revolving around that designation are tied to the allowance for a revenue source. So with a park, there isn't generally a revenue source, and so it's not surprising that there isn't separate legislation for a park designation per se. The town would have the ability to put its own restrictions on the property, but just like some of the open space the town accepts, you know, we don't necessarily put restrictions on it. It's just a town asset. It's a good question, though.
Thank you. Steve?
Steve Saunders from the ABC. I want to thank Connor for summarizing our deliberations, but I think I'd like to expand somewhat on that. And like my wife says, don't try to speak for me. Anyway, we had a great discussion and an expanded discussion about this whole concept of a TIF. And I think some of the points that have been mentioned already cover that same issue. I think more than anything else, that there's always a pro and a con, and you have to balance those two. And I hope that I want to present as well as I can where some of the pros and cons are, so that you can make your own decision as to whether you feel it's worthwhile. One of the key things that we've always tried to do is to how expand the base of property in the district with more commercial space to bring in more tax revenues from those incremental investments. And in how to get that is something that is a challenge, because the current infrastructure doesn't provide the services or the kinds of environment that people might want to have to invest in it. So one of the things that the Tiffin district brings is the ability in the other parts of that district to encourage different commercial development, which might not occur if you didn't have the funds available and to build into the infrastructure. But by the same token, by setting aside future revenue increases or future property value increases, you are going to forego that extra tax benefit to the residents of the town for the ongoing operating expenses. So there's a pro and a con for that period of time. And one of the other negative issues of the TIF is that we've all suffered under increased property values. So our assessments have been going up, and that's what's really been hitting our taxes more than the costs of the district, of the town itself. And within that TIF now, since you're capping what the current properties are and setting aside any increase in valuation, any normal increase in valuation through assessments will stay within that TIF and not become a benefit to the town. When you weigh the cost of that, it's lesser cost than the benefit that we would get through the additional investment in commercial property. So the ABC ended up on both sides of that with serious concerns, some of which will actually bring the benefit that we think. And the majority of the ABC did say it's worth taking this opportunity. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But if you don't do this, we may be stuck with increased valuations and continuing impact on our tax rates as the future goes on. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Butcher, New Bow Lake Road. I've lived in town for actually about 30 years. And one of the things that it just is amazing and makes us this unicorn is this balance that we have of beautiful space and smart development. And I just can't imagine that 13 acres with another set of condos or with an Epping style set of plazas on it in downtown Barrington. And I'm really grateful for the thought that's gone into this and the adjustments that the town has made in conceiving this time, because the 8-year term, the smaller size, it feels like the right balance of compromise risk for us to take this opportunity. There's no bond involved. I mean, can you guys imagine if something comes into that space that is going to permanently affect the whole look and feel of this town? I can't. And I think that we have this one opportunity to really try to capitalize on this balance of this 8-year term to see what we can do and use this time to envision our town center the way that we've all come out to talk about it over the last 20, 30 years. So I please try to educate everybody about it and use the resources the town has given us to learn about it before voting day. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joseph Marquette. I live on 463 Washington Street, up by Ayers Lake. I grew up on Beauty Hill Road at the intersection of Hall Road. I'm approaching 50 years in this town, and this town is in no way what it was when I was a child. And that's merely reality. When I was a child, there were 3,000 people in this town, and we used to call ourselves the Barrington Boys. And we could go through the woods, I could go for miles. There are places I knew that are gone forever. But they are. We're developing and things are changing. There are more people here than I ever thought would be here. If this space is developed randomly, we will once again become, or not again, we will become yet another ugly New Hampshire 125 place where you go through and your spirit breaks because there's nothing but people looking at where they can put a Walgreens. What are we going to do with a Walgreens beside Caleb's? One of the things we have is an economic piece we can build on because we have a beautiful space. Creating beauty allows us to bring in other types of business outside of a Rite Aid or a godforsaken Burger King in a mobile station that used to be a lovely garden by a man who went to the Barrington Congregational Church in the 80s. So we have an opportunity to try to do something positive in Barrington. My mother was the town clerk with Kim for 20 years. The politics in this town through the 90s and the early 2000s were so toxic, so revilingly horrid. I am so impressed and so moved by how civil this is. Throughout this time period before, in those 90s, in those early 2000s, anytime we tried to do something beautiful, people would come with anger and fear and try to drive us through anger and fear to not move. But we're developing, as Tracy said, whether we like it or not, and that is going to continue. We have one chance to change that land. That is going to change. And we have one chance to try to make it beautiful. And if I understand, we can always change our mind and be like, you know what, we need a Walgreens by Caleb's. But we have an opportunity. I'm a school teacher. I am not wealthy. I'm going to be a retired school teacher. Holy goodness, I will not be a retired older person. But I know that if my town is hideous, I never get that back. 50 years of a beautiful town. Let's at least try to believe that Barrington can be beautiful. and let's invest. I'm sure as a retired teacher, I can figure out the teeny weeny increase in my taxes to paint a gazebo. If that's the great fear, we're doing pretty good. And thank you for your leadership that brings our taxes so far low that my friends in surrounding towns can't believe how little we pay. And yet we often talk through what we call in psychology poverty thinking. We have the ability to do something beautiful. Let's do it, please.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Doobie. I'm on 82 Malago Road. Along what these people have been saying, and my question is just, how do you define that word quaint when we're talking about quaint development? I just would just like a little bit of expanding upon that, please.
Sure, please.
I think the town gets to decide that. My vision is that we buy this land. Can't hear it? There we go. My vision is that we buy this land and then we take a lot of time to define quaint. I mean, we know what the rec department would put there. Let's also have listening sessions and figure out what all generations in this town would like to have, and just take our time. That will allow us to accumulate a little more tax money to fund it as well.
Joyce.
There's another comment.
I would just add to that the town offers listening sessions on their master plan on land use and housing. And for those of you who haven't attended, I really encourage you to go to these. It's a Saturday morning, and the Stratford County Regional Planning gets involved, and they present. They give all sorts of pictures, and they have groups, and then you go to different stations and you help give your input on what you would like to see, how you would like buildings to look, how you would like houses to look. That kind of points to what we all think of it as quaint. And these sessions are really helpful for the town to figure out what you all are asking for. So I encourage you to participate in the process with that. Thank you.
I have two related questions just to make sure I'm understanding things properly.
Carolyn, state your name.
Oh, sorry, Carolyn Robbins, 114 Chesley Drive. So as I understand from what's been said tonight and last year when this was all brought up, this article creates that TIF district, which will potentially create a fund to reinvest within that district, but it doesn't approve building anything right now. So right now, as I understand it, that money would sit there and then someone has to decide what to do with it.
The money would actually fund the purchase of the property. So we do need to buy the property. So the TIF money, when it comes in yearly over 8 years, the developer would take a structured payment plan over 8 years for us to purchase the land.
Okay, so the money to put in sidewalks or a park or whatever, that would be a completely separate thing voted into the town, or is the TIF money, hopefully is the goal the TIF money pays for that?
It's a really great question, and maybe a combination. It depends on how big we go, right? So we anticipate that there will certainly be surplus TIF revenue to make improvements on the property and in the town center. Some of that will be dependent on the development that happens, and that's part of the dissenting opinion. That's a kind of risk reward. And so the select board felt that the risk reward balance was appropriate. If we know that we can buy this lot, then we have forever to do something with it, opposed to if we didn't. And so I think what the math shows now is that there will be money to make investments, and if the proposals for development, like behind the Christmas Dove, for example, and the vacant property next to where the Irving is, as another example, if those start to get developed, now there's even more revenue that can be spent on improvements. To your question about how do those improvements get approved, if there's funding, the select board has the authority to say, let's build a pavilion on the property, or if the recreation department secures another $1 million grant to make improvements to that property in some way, the select board would have the authority to approve that. If the town needs money to fund an improvement, think like a Jackson's Landing pavilion that has ice making equipment, right? Something like that, that would go before voters, and voters would decide on that.
Okay, so once the money, the TIF money comes in, we pay whatever for the property, and that's all taken care of. Anything left over is in a fund that the select board has control over.
Correct.
We don't approve what gets done with that money.
No, so your approval is establishing the fund. By statute and in the warrant article, there's an advisory board that has to have representation from property owners in the district and all residents, has to be property owners in the district. Everybody has to be a resident. And so the select board would be advised by that advisory board.
Okay. And then again, just to clarify, the percentage of the increase in value of the property brings in that TIF money. That also takes away money from income for running the town. So while we say this doesn't cost us anything because it will be paid for with the TIF money, it does kind of, because the school budget and the town budget are affected by taking that money away for the TIF investments.
That is an excellent point and a great segue to an amendment that the chair is going to introduce with the moderator's permission to talk about that tax rate impact. Because yeah, so the Joyce Capiello will read in just a moment, but the important part is it doesn't take anything away. It just sets aside because added tax value is a benefit to a tax rate, right? Because you're dividing it by more tax base. And so you're temporarily setting aside that benefit for, in this case, 8 years, and then it goes on the tax rate. So that baseline value stays the same. So that's why you're not taking away, but you're just delaying the benefit from new value that happens. So it doesn't take money away from the town budget or the school budget. Anything that's new that didn't exist previously would be a benefit, but it will be a benefit in the future. And so this is how we have it summarized to include in the warrant article to help explain that to people when they're reading the warrant articles. But if you feel like it needs adjustment, that could certainly happen at this session also.
I'm going to let Dan make one quick comment before we go into the amendment.
Daniel here again. So I ain't not that smart, but I have Christmas stuff. I have the Haley property that's coming up. I can add up that money over the year. People are not knocking the doors coming to town because we have no water and sewer. We started leasing out, that told them the whole can of worms, and I don't want to go there. Yeah, but basically, or if someone wants to amend it, why don't we just buy it outright? You want to preserve it? That's the intention of the master plan and stuff. Buy it out right now. We know what it's going to cost us. Instead of later on down the line, when after this goes through there, if the money does not come in to cover it, unless you guys already done the math, I think it'll cover it in 8 years, produce some numbers that will cover it. I don't see people knocking the door coming to town. I'm not against this, but I think it's gonna cost us in the future.
Do you want to reply to that before the amendment?
I will only say that we've done the math and are very confident that the development that is already underway in the district those tax increments will be sufficient to fund the purchase of the property and some improvements.
And that's mostly housing, and that's what we're seeing people move here for.
Hey, Joyce, go ahead.
All right, so this is an amendment to just kind of clarify, because this is a tough issue to understand the financing part of it. A tax increment financing district does not increase taxes. It affects property taxes because for the period that the district is in place, now that would be 8 years, new tax value, which is referred to as tax increments, generated within the district is set aside to pay for public improvements in the district. In this case, it would be this Barrington Commons, and not placed in the general fund. After the district expires in 8 years, all value, including the new value, is returned to the tax list. The Barrington Commons and the Town Center Tax Increment Financing District is set to expire after 8 years.
That's your motion, Joyce, right?
So that's my motion.
Do we have a second? Gannon, second? Select board like to speak about this proposed amendment?
I think the proposed amendment is to make the actual warrant article more understandable for lay people. I will share with all of you that when this was proposed in prior years, I actually approached the town administrator and said, can you give me the bullet points so I understand this better? Because it is a complex economic tool to use. We had a gentleman in town, his first name is Brian, very wise man who's lived most of his life here and returned here to retire. 28% of New Hampshire has turned over in the past 10 years. That means 28% of New Hampshireites are new people to this state. That person, Brian, said to us as a select board, listen, people keep coming here and they want new things. Why don't you make them pay for it? And it was an interesting thought process because when it tied in my education that I received on tax incremental financing, that is kind of saying, hey, guess what? New residents are going to pay for the expansion of services that this town ultimately needs in order to serve the residents. And so as I began to get more education on tax incremental financing, both from Connor and at New Hampshire Municipal Association, and to understand what this economic tool is, it's interesting that one of our own Barrington residents put the words out there, we can't stop growth. We will continue to see an increase in our population. Let's be sure that the future residents of this town are providing what the town needs in order to meet the needs of that expansion.
Any other comments just on the amendment, not on the article, just on the amendment? Julia?
Julian Olivier, Beauty Hill Road. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That's a very helpful amendment. The difficulty I have, or the question I have, is will the amendment be added textually to the item, which already has A, B, C, and is very complicated? Now we're going to have an amendment which is also very complicated. And I wonder if people are just going to scratch their head and say, I don't want anything to do with it. That would be my only, I like it, however.
Point.
And to be clear, it would be added to the text of the warrant article, which would appear on the ballot. That's what's proposed.
Rebecca Butcher, New Bow Lake Road. Yes, I have a similar concern. Is there any way that we can actually amend this article into plain English? I'm sure there needs to be some of the RSA references, and you're pointing people to maps, but on voting day in their booth, they're not going to see those maps or be able to follow a link right there unless you're going to give them a QR code on the warrant article, on the voting ballot. So while I like this, I think it still might raise questions for people in reading it. And it actually, that second sentence around it affects property taxes because, and right away, as soon as people read that, they may not even finish the sentence to see that the way it's going to affect property taxes. I'd have to sit down with a pen and paper to actually offer any suggestions, but I think we can even do better still to put this in shorter, plain English.
That's why we have a month between deliberative and voting. It gives you a chance to do some research on these articles that aren't clear. You have a comment? Okay.
Tim Hatfield, Edgewater. So is there any cutout to cover?
You just got it. They're not picking up unless you're talking. So start with your name again. Sorry.
Sorry about that. Tim Hatfield, Edgewater Drive. Is there any cutout for impact to the community, schools?
Oh, like an impact fee?
Yeah.
So impact fees are a little bit of a separate topic, but the planning board, as supported by the select board, is funding impact fee studies next year. Impact fees are generally applied, like we had an impact fee in place for the middle school for this building. And so at the end, it ended up being about $4,500 for every new dwelling unit. You'll see an article for the public safety building with funding for an impact fee study to have new dwelling units pay a lump sum toward that project if approved.
But if I'm hearing this correctly, new construction, their taxes will go to this, right?
Within the district, yeah, the 500 acres, that's proposed.
Yeah, so if they come with kids, with roads, things that need to be supported by our current taxes, all of that new bill would go to our current tax base and not this new tax base.
That's a great question. So it doesn't take away, but the new development, new costs from the new development would not be funded by those new taxes for the period of the district, which is one of the reasons it's 8 years instead of 20. So there is in the development program and financing plan, there is a provision that addresses school costs for the direct cost, which is the high school tuition, as you know. So if there's two categories of costs, indirect costs and direct costs, for every high school student, the school district has to pay $18,000, $20,000 per year. And so there's a provision in the financing plan that says if the budgeted amount from the school and there's an emergency capital reserve for high school tuition, if that's exhausted and there needs to be additional funding, this funding is allowed to be put towards that purpose.
However, you're not going to see that reserve exhausted, so that impact is still going to hit our current tax base. On top of that, that's only addressing the high school. If you're looking at adding all these students to our district, you're going to have to increase the services we're offering in town.
Yeah, and that's the cost benefit that residents will need to make on this is a way to achieve part of that vision for the town center, secure the lot and have the investment. It absolutely comes at a cost. You don't get something for nothing ever. And so whether their impact to taxes because of increased school population or increased to taxes from operating costs, those nobody is saying that won't happen. It just needs to be a cost benefit for residents to say, is that cost worth the benefit of what's being proposed?
And did you guys explore a way to cut out and cover those type of costs, build those in?
To some extent, that carve out defeats the purpose of a tax increment financing district, right? So
it kind of sounds like the new stuff coming in, yeah, it fixes their backyard and their particular area of interest, but they're not actually contributing to the overall tax base.
Temporarily, right? Yeah, so for that period of time.
Stretch.
Yeah, and
in that district only.
Right. Yeah. Right. If you ask me if my taxes could go to my backyard instead of everybody, I'd probably be on board with that, right? It doesn't make sense.
So everybody gets to vote on it. And, I think the vision for the town center isn't a direct benefit to only the people that live in the district. It's an investment in the future of the town, in the town center, a place for residents to gather and businesses to thrive. But there still needs to be calculus for every resident to decide if that cost is worth the benefit.
What we also heard was right now there's restrictions on the current 125 properties and what they can do with as far as business goes, and this alleviates that. So we might in fact be building a nice park out back, but out front making it a whole lot more buildable. Is that safe to say?
That's absolutely motivation. They wouldn't get that for nothing, right? It would be at a cost, a fair market value cost, either through a sale or a license. But the part of the motivation is to make existing commercial property able to be developed or redeveloped. So it doesn't, I don't want to say fall into disrepair, but unfortunately, based on how the laws for development are written, it's you can continue with a grandfathered use, you can continue a use, but if you want to change that use or do something different, then the new rules apply. And so without additional development impact area, then it's easier to continue a use and not make improvements than have development or redevelopment.
Depending on who defines improvements. So right now, as I understand it, to go back to the Walgreens thing, right now you couldn't put a Walgreens there. With this proposal, you could.
On 125.
Where could you not put a Walgreens?
Where Frank Jones is, say.
So yeah, so those are tough conditionals because like the Frank Jones lot is very small. So I would say that it would be difficult to put a Walgreens there because the Walgreens would be bigger than the lot. If you take the 3 lots that comprise the frontage along where Knights is, the new owners of Knights MD Motors own 2 of the lots and somebody else owns a 3rd lot. So those lots collectively could support a Walgreens. The issues, the limits to development are frequently zoning ordinance, so property line setbacks, allowable uses, et cetera, and septic loading and well capacity.
My point is you're making those lots up front, which now you say would take all 3 to be able to put one in. And because you're offsetting it with this park, you could put 3 in, right? You could put more in.
Yeah, so where there's already development, the select board is proposing to buy the land and back to allow that development to continue to improve, adapt, and evolve, opposed to having 13 acres of development behind that, so that maybe you have new development in the back, but the development in the front falls into disrepair.
Okay, thanks.
Good questions.
Thanks, Tim. We have to deal with this amendment, so if there's any additional discussion just on the proposed amendment, not on the article as a whole, just on the amendment. Susan is coming, yes.
Is that too long? Yeah, this relates to the amendment, and I don't know if it's this amendment or further amendment. When I read the ballot article, as in the voter guide, under B, it even has like a link to a website. My concern, and I'm sort of echoing, I think, Rebecca's concern, that it's long and complicated, and if you're the first time you see this, because there were people who vote who won't have had the benefit of this, they're not going to be able to follow a link or look up those other items. One thing that is not mentioned in the ballot question itself is the intent to use these funds to purchase that lot. So to me, it almost looks like we're going to take this money and build skating rinks and stuff like that, and it's not really clear. I don't know if there's a way in this amendment, or if we take a break and you guys can do some magic, but I agree that I think the article fails to convey what your real intent is, that I think you're hearing a lot of support for, but it's not really clear in the article. I don't have an amendment to offer to you, but I'm not sure this addition helps to clarify the situation. So that's my concern.
Can we take a break?
Well, I don't think so.
See what? Yeah, Tracy had her hand up.
Okay.
I like simplification of things. Can we find out, utilizing our attorney, if we can just say, establish and purchase the Barrington Commons? Utilizing the town center incremental financing district, or utilizing a town center. I think we could add 3 words to this to make it much more clear, and we could ask legal if we could do that. So it would be establish and purchase the Barrington Town Commons and establish town center town incremental financing district.
You able to do that?
Yeah, so no, I know that would be a legal amendment. The point I was going to say to Susan Gaudiello's comment was this ballot question doesn't statutorily purchase the property, because the select board already has the authority to do that as long as they have funding. This establishes the funding plan. It would be perfectly legal to add and purchase in under A. That would essentially just be the select board delegating that authority to voters, which it's a bundled plan. One wouldn't happen without the other anyways. And so if that's amendment the select board wants to make, it would be perfectly legal.
And do you want to speak about the amendment to propose?
I make a motion, we move on this amendment and then take a break and come back. I'll give you guys a few minutes to think.
We're getting there. All right. Any other comments on the amendment as proposed?
That's all statutory language.
All right, are you ready to vote on that proposed amendment?
Yes.
All right, all in favor of that amendment to be added on to Article 24, raise your cards. You're just voting on adding this language, this amendment, to the end of Article 24. You're not voting on the article, you're just voting to add this language about the tax impact.
As Madam Chairperson proposed.
Any additional change would be a separate amendment.
Right. All right, so once again, raise your hands if you're in favor of adding this. Okay, raise your cards if you're opposed. All right, it passes. So this will be tacked on to the existing Article 24, which we can continue to discuss if you like. Do you guys want to do that now, or do you want to?
Yeah, I would make an amendment that we simply add establish and purchase. So the words and purchase between establish and the, and establish between and town.
Well, I think the purchase should come later. We're going to establish the Barrington Commons, but we're not going to purchase the TIF district.
But you're going to purchase the Barrington Commons, establish and purchase the Barrington Commons.
Establish the TIF and then purchase the town commons.
So you want to reverse the language to say, establish the town center tax incremental financing district in accordance with and purchase the Barrington Commons 13.5 acre. I'll make that motion.
Okay. I'll second it.
Connors?
Almost. Okay, where did you want to put it?
Establish
The town center tax incremental financing district in accordance with, and then at the end of that, and purchase the Barrington Commons 13.5 acre lot. And then the rest of what you have.
And I assume we have to include the rest of that. 79 properties, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, the rest after that. Just need the map and lot.
All right, so do you have the final wording so we can discuss that?
Almost, I just need the map and lot. 239.7.
I think she's right. It makes it much clearer what you're utilizing it for. Yeah, I agree.
I didn't pick that up.
Okay, if everybody can read that, this would be to amend A to say establish the Barrington Commons and Town Center Tax Increment Financing TIF District in accordance with RSA 162-K adopted by Barrington Town Meeting in 1988 and purchase the Barrington Commons 13-acre lot, map 239, lot 7.
That's the proposed amendment, the language, right? Or any discussion on that proposed amendment? Being none, or Rebecca, okay.
That helps, but the part after it, the proposed district include, I think it's still just really unclear to people how you're going to be paying for this 13-acre parcel and how the TIF district does that. I mean, there's just some really important nuances that you're talking about here that are just not really in this ballot question for somebody who's not here today or won't have listened today to really get it. Yeah. So I think more work needs to be done, but I realize
we have to do it now.
Would it make more sense if I amend my amendment to read purchase the town commons 13.5 acre lot located at map, I'll let you throw that in there, Mr. MacGyver, and establish the town center incremental financing district? I think if we lead with what is the purpose of the tax incremental financing district, it's much more understandable for residents. So I would
take a 10-minute break and you folks finalize the language here that we can use as a proposed amendment and then discuss it.
We could do that, yes.
Would that be okay? All right, 10-minute break.
Right. So
can I just, I got to write it out.
Tracy.
So the only reason that was
the end of it is at the end of the current amendment proposal. Then say
it's perfectly appropriate
to purchase this.
So
at the end say you.
We got ideas, absolutely.
An alternate. Let me get through, and then at the end of that,
absolutely help yourself.
Paid for the tax.
Come back. We'll be starting in 1 minute. Come back in, sit down. Right next to the Tracy, next to the table.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back at it. Come on in.
Probably. Hello? Oh, no. You know, he might have.
Okay. Gotcha.
So we're not broadcasting our statements.
Mr. Moderator, I'm going to make an amendment to my amendment, correct?
I'm going to make it.
Okay.
Yep.
But I think it has to be me.
No, it's already
Cancel
official.
my amendment.
It's already been voted on. It's already been voted on, Tracy. It's not still an amendment. Doesn't matter whose it was now.
Okay.
Because everybody voted on it.
Okay, so what am I doing?
Nothing.
Anything? Good. I'll do nothing. Good. Nothing sounds like a good action on my part.
Okay, let's get back
Most
to
polite
work
way
here.
possible.
All right, this is kind of like rebuilding your car while you're driving down the highway, but it's working. So Connor, everybody listening, Connor has the proposed 2 amendments, and we're going to do one at a time. So are you ready? Connor's going to read the amendment.
Okay, based on the feedback, looking for more description in the warrant article, the first proposed amendment is up on all 3 of the screens and would add to the very beginning of the warrant article where it says to see if the town will vote to, adding purchase the 13-acre lot, map 239, lot 7, to become the town center and a park using tax increment financing as the funding source, and the rest of the statutory language would remain the same. So that's the first amendment, and I'm a resident, and I move that amendment.
Okay, do we have a second? Susan Gaudiello seconds. All right, do we have any discussion from the select board on that proposed amendment?
Do that on the next one under A, where it says town common.
You want to discuss that amendment? No?
For the sake of time, no, we think it's brilliant.
I think we got to leave.
All right, does ABC want to say anything about that proposed amendment?
And it'll be a third amendment. Do you think it's important enough for a third amendment?
I don't know.
Yeah, Steve Saunders from the ABC. We've been kind of kibitzing on our side also, and I think that this language that's now proposed makes it much clearer in terms of what the actual proposal is, and it does not put the town at the burden, except if the actual TIF does not pay off in the long run. But we've been convinced pretty much that it should, based on everything we're seeing. So we would support this language in this amendment.
Thank you. Any comments from the floor on this proposed amendment? Not on the whole article, just on this amendment.
Karen Ranson, Finney Way. I get a little nervous with the word purchase being added because voters are just going to buy it with, I don't want to purchase anything more, but using that word from the resident that's coming in to vote, using the word tax increment financing, I don't know that I would clearly understand what tax increment financing is. I'm taking it that that's the taxes that are going to be coming from the new development, but I'm wondering if that could be clarified a little bit more, because I think that's a huge advantage. And I'm voting and I'm saying, okay, I'm purchasing, and I don't think it's making it clear that it's not really going to be affecting the tax rate on my tax bill.
Excellent point. So the Second Amendment is topical to that. And so let's make sure that you think that the Second Amendment addresses that appropriately.
Okay, any other comments on the first proposed amendment? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of that first proposed amendment, raise your cards. All those opposed? Okay, that passes. Okay, ready for the second proposed amendment.
So this changes the language that was added, the tax rate impact statement. And so the new tax impact statement would read, a tax increment financing district does not increase taxes. It affects property taxes because for the period that the district is in place, taxes paid from, I do know how to spell from, trust me, taxes paid from new development within the district, tax increments, are used to pay for public improvements in the district, such as the Barrington Commons Park, and not placed in the general fund. After the district expires, all value, including the new value, is returned to the tax lists. The Barrington Commons and Town Center Tax Increment Financing District is set to expire after 8 years.
Okay, any discussion from the select board on that proposed amendment?
Much clearer.
Okay. Rebecca?
Rebecca Butcher, much clearer, very good. I would like to ask if we could move this statement directly after that first sentence that you just reconstructed on the main ballot question, and then put all the RSA that goes below.
We can do that.
Okay.
So do you propose this amendment in that location? And the moderator will look for a second.
All right, lots of seconds. Let's have Jack Bingham be the seconder on this one. Rebecca Butcher moved to relocate this. Just the location of this amendment. All right. And just, how do you feel about moving it? Is that okay? So we don't have to vote for that separately. Okay, let's vote on this second amendment. Are people ready to vote on the second amendment? I wouldn't call it the second amendment, but anyway. The amendment that was just proposed. All those in favor, raise your cards. All those opposed, raise your cards.
That was awesome.
Okay, that passes as well. So now we have a whole new article pretty much, right?
Right.
All right, is there any additional discussion on this newly amended article?
And I'll put the language
before we just move away.
Yep, 1 second.
Connor's working on wordsmithing that. Hope you enjoyed your break. It was longer than we anticipated, but well deserved. Did he? While we're waiting, maybe the school superintendent would like to come up and invite you to next weekend's deliberative session.
Is she here?
She's not listening. She's reading her computer. Maybe we'll get her later. Okay, you done, Connor?
Oh, sorry. Try that.
Okay.
Okay, would anybody like the entire article reread? You missed your opportunity. We'll come back to you later. All right. Would anybody like this entire article reread? No, nobody does, right? Okay. You would? Okay. I'm going to let Connor do it because I can't
Okay,
see it from
to
here.
see if the town will vote to purchase the 13-acre lot, map 239, lot 7, to become the town center and a park using tax increment financing as the funding source. A tax increment financing district does not increase taxes. It affects property taxes because for the period that the district is in place, taxes paid from new development within the district, tax increments. I'm out. Pasted in the strike through. Are used to pay for public improvements in the district, such as the Barrington Commons Park, and not placed in the general fund. After the district expires, all value, including the new value, is returned to the tax lists. The Barrington Commons and Town Center Tax Increment Financing District is set to expire after 8 years. And to establish the Barrington Common Park, and this is the same statutory language, this hasn't changed. Barrington Commons and Town Center Tax Increment Financing TIF District in accordance with RSA 162K adopted by Barrington Town Meeting in 1988. The proposed district includes 79 properties near the Routes 9 and 125 intersection as represented in the map found in Section 5 of the Development Program and Financing Plan adopted by the Select Board on December 11, 2023. B, adopt the provisions of Barrington Commons and Town Center TIF District Development Program and Financing Plan adopted by the Select Board on December 11, 2023 in accordance with RSA 162K:6 and RSA 162K:9. Copies of the Town Center TIF District Map, Development Program, and Financing Plan are available at the Town Hall and online at barrington.nh.gov/TIF. C, authorize the Select Board to appoint the District Administrator in accordance with RSA 162K:13 and to create a 5-member advisory board in accordance with RSA 162K:14 with the advisory board membership to be determined by the Select Board. Majority vote required, and the Select Board and Budget Committee would meet after this meeting to update their recommendations.
Okay, are there any comments on the amended article? Seeing none. Article 24 will appear on the ballot as amended. Yay. All right, Article 25. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $300,000 to be added to the Highway Heavy Equipment Capital Reserve Fund previously established, with $150,000 to come from unassigned fund balance and $150,000 to come from taxation. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 23, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 5 cents per thousand of assessed value to the 2024 tax rate, or $22 to the tax bill on a $425,000 property. This is recommended by the ABC 5-0 and the Select Board 5-0. I believe Rob Gibson will speak on this. Right?
Okay.
Yep.
Rob's mic.
Working, there we go. Thank you. All right, so the next set of articles are going to be a lot more straightforward. This article here kicks off the capital reserve articles. It does bear mentioning what capital reserves are. This is a we've been using these methods for a long time. It's basically saving for larger expenses ahead of time. That allows us to make the purchases at the time it's necessary and purchase exactly what we need, as opposed to scrambling to replace a piece of equipment after it's broken and having to do it in an emergency situation under duress where you're likely paying more or can't get it because of supply chain issues. So this is just really a wise budgeting method to save for future expenses.
This select board comment? Oh,
capital reserve.
I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
Well, I was just speaking in general about capital reserves. The next set of articles that are coming. The first article that we're presenting is 25. It's the Highway Heavy Equipment Capital Reserve. It's been around since 1981. You can see from the slide where we're at on the balance, looking to contribute $300,000. It's recommended unanimously by the ABC and the Select Board. It's going to be used to replace things such as dump truck, pickup trucks, graders, and things that the Highway Department needs. As Connor said earlier, Barrington is large. It has over 80 miles of roads, and Mark, the road agent, and his crew do an amazing job of maintaining our roads and presenting very clear budget needs for their department.
Okay, any other select board comments? Okay, ABC comments? Nope. Any comments from the floor? Okay, Article 25 will appear on the ballot as written. Okay, Article 26. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be added to the fire truck capital reserve fund previously established, with $50,000 to come from unassigned fund balance and $50,000 to come from taxation. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 23, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 2 cents per $1,000 of assessed value to the 2024 tax rate, or $7 to the tax bill on a $425,000 property. This is recommended by the ABC 5-0 and the select board 5-0. I think Tracy will speak on this one.
Certainly. So the explanation for this is, like any vehicle, fire trucks have to be replaced with age. The cost of a new fire truck for the town of Barrington could run anywhere from $850,000 upwards. So the pre-planning utilizing the capital reserve account will cover in 2024, the replacement of an ambulance, in 2026, a pumper, in 2027, an extended cab pickup, by 2030, a Chevy rescue truck, and by 2032, a pumper truck. And the important thing is that by having these capital reserves, we stabilize tax rates for future and known expenses.
Thank you. Any other select board comments? ABC? Nope. Comments from the floor? Rick.
I'm Rick Walker. I'm your fire chief. I just want to put out there that our forestry truck is 30 years old. Selectmen just approved replacing that. We put that out to bid. We got one bid for that truck at around $257,000, I believe. The committee looked at this and said, I say fire truck committee looked at it and said, look, this is a little bit more money and a little bit more truck than what we're looking for. So we took a step back and we looked at purchasing a cabin chassis from a local dealership and putting a slide-in skid unit in the back of it. And at the end of the day, outfitted, that truck is gonna, the selectmen approved it the other day, will be about $100,000 and serve the needs of the town, we believe, for the next 25 years. No, I won't be here, I hope, for 25 years, but that certainly the thing will be. And we're inching very close to needing to replace our frontline pumper. And I say this all the time, and I mean that. These trucks are, you're going to look at about $800,000 to replace that frontline pumper, and it's mind-boggling to spend $800,000 on a truck that we hope we never need. Obviously, it's nice to have when we need it, but again, the truck committee looked at our engine one, which is a 2000 Smeal, and we're headed down the path now of sending that truck out to have it refurbed. We believe that we're going to be able to get that refurbed for about $150,000 with an eye on being able to keep that truck for another 7 to 9 years, therefore allowing us time to continue to put money away so that when we do have to replace engine 2, which would be the next one after that, we'd have the money put away. So it's just important for the people that are going to look at this later on TV that we take very seriously the amount of money that you folks give us to put away for fire trucks, and we try to make sure that we're making good judgments so that at the end of the day, we're saving all the taxpayers' money as we work toward replacing these very expensive items. Thank you.
Rick's already chairing the 400th anniversary committee, so he'll be here. Don't worry about that. Okay, any other comments from the floor? All right. Seeing none, Article 26 will appear on the ballot as written. All right, Article 27, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $150,000 for road paving and reconstruction, with $75,000 to come from unassigned fund balance and $75,000 to come from taxation. This special warrant article will be a non-lapsing appropriation pursuant to RSA 32:7, Roman numeral 5, and will not lapse until December 31, 2025. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 23, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 3 cents per thousand of assessed value to the 2023 tax rate, or $11 to the tax bill on a $425,000 property. This is recommended by the ABC 5-0 and the Select Board 5-0. Dannon.
Yes, this is in addition to the paving that's in the operating budget, which is merely covering for inflation. We have a highway replacement and repair study, a plan from 2021, a multi-million-dollar project to keep our highways and roads up to speed. And this is part of implementing that plan. And it allows the highway department to adjust their paving depending on how much is available, depending on the cost of that to improve the overall highway maintenance program.
Okay. Any other select board comments? Okay. Any ABC comments? Nope. Dan, go ahead.
Daniel here, 330 Algonquin Turnpike taxpayer. Over the years, the town has spent a lot of money on all these studies and stuff. And they're all saying we're going to be near $1 million and stuff. So now is this, I can't be quoted, but like 650,000 in the budget plus this? Is that right? Because you added 50?
No, the budget proposal has $750,000 for paving. It was up $50,000 from last year, which was up another $50,000 from the year before. So this budget proposal is up $100,000 from 2 years ago. And this article would add 150. So the total amount for paving would be 900,000. All
right. That's closer there. I thought it was still run low. But I will still make a motion if anyone will back me. We need to get near $1 million. And it's been stated here multiple times tonight, the cost, everything's gone up. So we need to get closer to $1 million as I make a motion to raise it another 75,000 that will be impacted. So that'd be 150,000 of impact money. I don't want to second me and support this amendment. Thank you.
I just, hold on. I want to see where you're adding this amount. So the original amount is 150,000 on
right.
Here, and you're
75 of it is from fund balance,
right, and
75 of impact fees on the tax rate. So I'm asking for another 75, so they'll bring that up to 2.25.
With 75 to come from unassigned fund balance and 150 to come from taxation.
Yes.
If there's a second, I'll put it up on the screen.
We have a second for that amendment? Okay, name and address, Eric. Eric Lindsay. Okay, thank you. Okay, do we have any comment from the select board on the proposed amendment? No? Okay, ABC? On the proposed amendment? You want to talk on the proposed amendment?
Diane St. Jean, Small Road. Not exactly, but I just want to point out that there appears to be a typo in the next to the last line where it says 2023 tax rate. I think you want that 2024. Yeah. So we could add that to Dan's amendment.
Cool. I think that correction could just be made without an amendment. Right. Any comments on the amendment? Joe?
Just because Joseph Marquette, Washington Street, just because I didn't hear or understand the reasoning, it's a privilege in a democracy to be able to pay taxes. We're lucky to be able to do so. But can we have a re-explanation about what the benefit would be of the 75,000 more, the exact intention?
So the town has a, oh, sorry.
Gannon had his hand up.
No, I'll defer to Connor. He has the details.
The town has a pavement management plan, which was put together in cooperation between the road agent, highway department, and an engineering consultant. And that pavement management plan advises the town how to preserve our good roads and invest in our bad roads. And that plan, it has been adapted each year based on the available budget. And so what Dan Ayer mentioned is absolutely true, that to fully fund the plan in the best possible way, the town could spend $1.2 million a year on roads. So there's always room for growth. The select board over the last couple of years has opted to gradually increase the budget and adapt the pavement management plan. So the additional $75,000 towards paving for 2024 would simply allow us to accelerate that plan more than we originally thought that we would. So the plan is already in place. What the road agent will do if the additional $75,000 passes is pick the next couple of projects, which would have been the first projects for 2025, and add those to 2024.
Gannon, did you want to speak? No. Tracy, did you?
So I think the important part of this is that we have spent probably the last 5 months, if I recall, putting together warrant articles and a budget that includes the highway department. And I appreciate Mr. Ayer's expertise because I know that costs for various materials are going up. But I think in order to present to the residents what has already been worked on for 5 months, I'm most comfortable presenting in its original form.
Yeah, all right, speaking on the amendment, right?
Within the last 5 months, prices have gone up, really amounted. It's unanticipated. They became in effect January 8th of this year on supplies. So that information was not provided at the time of your budget and all your hearings. That is why I'm bringing it up there. And all the studies point to this more money. And we've been slowly growing too slow over the years. And now with the increases, inflation, as we see here tonight, that's why I'm bringing it up. Doesn't bother me. I made a presentation. If the people want to vote, second it and pass it, fine. If the voters want to approve it, fine. But we're not going to get anywhere with these prices. And we've spent all this money over the years on these studies. And we're not getting anywhere. Thank you.
Aye. Yep.
Diane St. Jean, Small Road. I'm just wondering if the amendment changes the last sentence. This article is projected to add 3 cents per $1,000 of assessed value, et cetera. Does the amendment change that?
It will. We would calculate it afterwards. I mean, it would go up proportionally. 3 cents on 125, so it would go up like 4 cents or $14 approximately.
Any other comments on the proposed amendment? All right. You want me to read the proposed amendment? Anybody? No, nobody wants me to. Okay. All right, let's vote on the proposed amendment then to raise the amount to 225 from 150. All those in favor, raise your cards. Ooh, it's going to be a close one. 4, 5. Keep your cards up. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16. Okay. One more. All right, 17. All right, all those opposed? Look back there. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, the amendment fails. All right, so now we're back to the original warrant article. Any additional comments on the article as was written? Tracy.
Just simply that we adopt the change from 2023 tax rate to 2024, please.
Yeah,
we don't need an amendment for that.
Yeah, you can make corrections without an amendment. Okay, everybody happy as is? All right, Article 27 will appear on the warrant article, on the ballot as written. Article 28, To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $200,000 to be added to the dam repair / engineering / replacement capital reserve fund previously established, with $100,000 to come from unassigned fund balance and $100,000 to come from taxation. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 23, the operating budget article. The article is projected to add 4 cents per $1,000 of assessed value to the 2024 tax rate, or $15 to the tax bill on a $425,000 property. This is recommended 5-0 by the ABC and the Select Board. Joyce.
Sure, I'll read this. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $200,000. Oh,
yeah.
I just need to, which part do I need to
listening?
Just oh, okay. Sorry. This warrant article was established in 2017. We have a balance of $273,701. We're asking for another $200,000. This has been recommended, as you heard, by both the ABC and the Select Board. And this is for the purpose of repairing, engineering, and replacing town dams. We are expecting that we will replace the underwater gate repairs at Swains Lake Dam in 2024, and we'll do the riprap filter in 2025. These are required under New Hampshire DES that we do these. We also have many residents who live around the lake, and they contribute generously to our tax base, and we need to just keep the dam safe for all those residents.
Okay, any other Select Board comments? ABC, comments from the floor? All right, seeing none, Article 28 will appear on the warrant as written.
Sorry about that.
Article 29, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,100,000 for the purpose of constructing a bridge on Old Settlers Road, and to accept an $880,000 grant from the New Hampshire Department of Transportation Bridge Fund, with the required 20% grant match to be raised as follows: $110,000 to come from unassigned fund balance and $110,000 to come from taxation. This special warrant article will be a non-lapsing appropriation per RSA 32:7, Roman numeral 6, and will not lapse until the construction of the Old Settlers Road Bridge is completed or December 31, 2026, whichever is sooner. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 23, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 4 cents per $1,000 of assessed value to the 2024 tax rate, or $16 to the tax bill on a $425,000 property. This is recommended by the ABC and the Select Board 5-0. Tracy will speak on this one.
So we'll be receiving $880,000 in grant funding for 2025 construction for the bridge replacement and replacement of for undersized culverts that have been washed out and often strand residents on Old Settlers Road. And importantly, there will be the bottom area of the culvert will have a surface that will allow for wildlife to pass through that area.
Any other comments? ABC? Oh, comments from the floor? Okay, seeing none, Article 29 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 30, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be added to the Police Equipment Capital Reserve Fund previously established, with $25,000 to come from unassigned fund balance and $25,000 to come from taxation. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 23, the operating budget article. The article is projected to add 1 cent per $1,000 of assessed value to the 2024 tax rate, or $4 to the tax bill on a $425,000 property. It is recommended by the ABC and the Select Board 5-0. Tracy, you doing this one?
Yes, certainly. So the purpose of these funds, again, is to stop any spike to tax rates, and this particular fund is to fund body-worn cameras, computer upgrades, communication, firearm upgrades, and additional safety equipment for our police department.
Okay, any other Select Board comments? ABC comments? No. Comments from the floor? Okay, Article 30 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 31, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be added to the Fire and Rescue Equipment Capital Reserve Fund previously established, with $5,000 to come from unassigned fund balance and $5,000 to come from taxation. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 23, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 0.2 cents per $1,000 of assessed value to a 2024 tax rate, or $1 to the tax bill on a $425,000 property. This is recommended by the ABC and the Select Board 5-0. Dannon.
Yeah, this is to pay for large dollar items for the fire and rescue. It includes the plans are for an exhaust vent system for the apparatus bays, which needs to be upgraded, new cardiac monitors, which have to be replaced frequently, and at least a power cut. I would like to say, in addition to this list of equipment, which is important, the police vehicles, the police equipment, the fire equipment, and the highway department. The department heads have gone to great lengths to project out the costs, and the idea of these capital reserves is to smooth that out so that you don't get hit all of a sudden one year with a requirement to bond things and cost even more. So I want to congratulate those department heads on how well they've done their job.
You, any ABC comments? Nope. Comments from the floor? Okay, seeing none, Article 31 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 32, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be added to the Communications Upgrades for Emergency Services Capital Reserve Fund previously established, with $25,000 to come from unassigned fund balance and $25,000 to come from taxation. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 23, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 1 cent per $1,000 of assessed value to the 2024 tax rate, or $4 to the tax bill on a $425,000 property. This is recommended by the ABC and the Select Board 5-0. Rob?
So this fund balance was established in 2005, currently has 217,781. Requested contribution is 50,000. It's unanimously recommended by the ABC and Select Board, and its purpose is to save for communication tower and radio equipment upgrades. Some of the planned future uses are to replace portable radios, noted that they're 17 years old, police department radio upgrades, highway department radios. I would note too that all of these upcoming improvements are listed on the website. If you go to the voter guide, there's a link that talks about the past and future purchases from this fund balance. So again, for transparency, and that's it.
Okay. Any comments from ABC? Comments from the floor? Rick Walker.
Rick Walker, Fire Chief. Just for the for people to hear this and be able to see it on the video, fire department has somewhere in the neighborhood of about 40 portable radios. I'm not sure how many the PD has, but a portable radio for us right now is around $3,200. And a mobile radio is a little over $4,000. I think it's $4,200. So, you know, when you look at needing to technology and radios getting so that, like anything else electronic, after X number of years, you can't get parts to repair them. It forces police, fire, and highway to kind of have a rotating schedule of getting radios replaced. So while you see that there's a little over $200,000 in there, around 100 of it is earmarked right now for projects that are on order and doing repeater upgrades, which we just did, can run you $30,000 to $40,000. So our intent is to, we're getting caught up with the radios, and we've been spending a little as we go along, but the intent is to have a balance of a couple $100,000 at all times, so that we're not all on the same schedule. The police radios get replaced different than the fire, and the fire get replaced different than the highway. So again, this is just added information for folks to understand why it's important to put this money away. Thank you.
Rick, any other comments? Being none, Article 32 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 33, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $150,000 for the design and engineering of a renovation/addition to the public safety building, and to fund a public safety facility impact fee study with $75,000 to come from unassigned fund balance and $75,000 to come from taxation. This special warrant article will be a non-lapsing appropriation pursuant to RSA 32:7, Roman numeral 5, and will not lapse until December 31, 2025. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 23, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 3 cents per thousand of assessed value to the 2024 tax rate, or $11 to the tax bill on a $425,000 property. This article is recommended by the ABC and Select Board 5-0. Tracy.
So the interesting part about all of these are, as you can see, we are future planning, and that is such an amazing point to be at when it comes to talking about budgets. So a feasibility study has already been performed both on the building and on the property, and an expansion can take place on that lot. This study will both tell us what we will be designing and building, but also what the cost would potentially be and how that could be offset with impact fees. And impact fees are when someone builds a new home within the town of Barrington, they pay the impact fee. The impact fee goes directly to improving the infrastructure and buildings. So we're hoping we get full public support for this. To me, it's a no-brainer because it addresses current deficiencies and it looks towards the future needs and growth of our town.
Any ABC comments? Nope. Any comments from the floor? I think Rick is going to comment. Yep. Okay.
I'm going to speak for the police chief. No, I'm kidding.
He's over there watching you.
He won't let me speak for him. He'll tase me if I say too much. But anyway, I just want people to, the building has outgrown the needs of the town. It's about 25 years old. And you know, much like the library and town hall before it, you know, they tell you to build a building that should last you 20 years. And we're at a spot where we need to expand for both fire and police. And currently the plan is, if you're looking at the picture up here, above the top of the 4 bays of the fire department, is to take the roof off there, take the trusses out, and lift the walls about 10 feet and then put the roof back down. The idea being is right now with all them trusses up there, it's all wasted space. So the majority of the added space to the building would fit on the current footprint and would allow for a meeting space, training space upstairs, bunk rooms, exercise area, and then the area over the top of the current police station, which is where you see the 3 dormers, currently is our exercise room and sleeping areas. That would expand into office space for the police department. There's an elevator in the building, so we meet handicapped accessibility, and there would be a small addition put on to, or likely put on to the back of the building to increase the sally port area. So, you know, we're hopeful that the voters support this so we can get the study going and be able to come back to the voters perhaps in 2025 with a plan to bond this project. The plan right now would be, you know, certainly the question would be is what are you going to do with all the stuff in the garages? So the plan currently sits is that we would start the project, if approved by the voters, in the spring of the year. and work with the highway department to place the emergency equipment, the ambulances and fire trucks into their back garage area. And we would, it would probably be about 4 to 5 months when they would finally get the roof off and get that area closed up downstairs so we could get the trucks back in. So certainly during the warmer months, the staff would still work out of the building. During the day, we would keep an ambulance and a fire truck on the property. At night, we'd move them back up to the highway garage. A little bit of an inconvenience, but it's doable. And the town engineer assured us that that type of plan could be pulled off before winter time showed back up and the highway department needed to get their vehicles back under cover.
Any other comments? Susan.
Susan Gaudiello, Franklin Pierce. I certainly support this project. My question is the funding, the 150,000, sufficient for both a full engineered project such that the select board would be able to bring forward a proposal that has a not to exceed number on it? Will it be sufficiently detailed in order to accomplish that?
Yes, the plan is to not only have the design, but have the funding necessary so that we can present a bond request. It's still possible that at the time, based on the scope of the project, that it's a design build approach. So the agreement with the contractor might not be a not to exceed number because we might be able to find efficiencies through design build better than that. But certainly we wouldn't be able to spend any more than residents approved. And in order to get a number, a good number for what residents need to approve, having this design in place ahead of the 2025 town meeting is the plan. So essentially a not to exceed, because if we don't have more money, we can't spend more money. But the approach might be a different type of contract with a builder.
Any other comments? George? Yep.
Didn't want to poison Rick's speech with mine being the police officer. The one thing that Rick didn't address is the needs-based issue here. We have some major deficiencies on the police side that if we don't rectify it with this renovation, we're just going to have to rectify it down the road. In 2018, 2019, when Chief Williams stood here for the other renovation, we were slapping Band-Aids on a lot of issues. Those Band-Aids are about to be ripped off. The big one that I see right now is evidentiary. I cannot secure a full-size vehicle for a search warrant right now, folks. So if we have a major crime involving a search warrant on a big vehicle, any bigger than a pickup truck, I face evidentiary issues there. The county impound lot is not secure, regardless of what people want to say. It's a lot that doesn't have a camera on it, and I'm not just saying that. There are people here that can back me up. I cannot store that vehicle at the county lot. So we could run into a situation where we have a felony against a person that gets lost because of an evidentiary issue. Food for thought.
George, you didn't identify yourself. That was George Joy, the police chief, for those folks at home. All right, any other comments? Okay, seeing none. Article 33 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 34, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $50,000 to be added to the Bridge and Culvert Capital Reserve Fund previously established, with $25,000 to come from unassigned fund balance and $25,000 to come from taxation. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 23, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 1 cent per $1,000 of assessed value to the 2024 tax rate, or $4 to the tax bill on a $425,000 property. Is recommended by the ABC and the Select Board 5-0. Joyce?
Sure. So we have two projects on our radar. One is the first culvert on the Young Road Causeway, which is near the state boat launch, and that's been problematic for a while. And then the Pond Taylor culvert replacement near Daniel Cater Road. It's really good to have some money in here so we can do our design projects. So we're ready to go for grants and hopefully can get grants to cover a big chunk of these. But we do need money to work with, and these are really expensive projects.
Okay, any comments, ABC? Nope, comments from the floor? See none, Article 34 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 35, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to be added to the transfer station and recycling center capital reserve fund previously established, with $12,500 to come from unassigned fund balance and $12,500 to come from taxation. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 23, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 0.4 cents per $1,000 of assessed value to the 2024 tax rate, or $2 to the tax bill on a $425,000 property. It's recommended by the ABC and the Select Board 5-0. Dannon.
Yes, the transfer station will need some improvements, particularly in the building. The changes in the recycling programs, just the increased use require a certain amount of improvements that this capital reserve will cover in the future.
Okay, any comments? ABC? Nope. Comments from the floor? Okay, Article 35 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 36. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $3,000 to be added to the Library Technology Capital Reserve Fund previously established, with $1,500 to come from unassigned fund balance and $1,500 to come from taxation. This appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 23, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 0.1 cent per $1,000 of assessed value to the 2024 tax rate, or $1 to the tax bill on a $425,000 property. This is recommended by the ABC and the Select Board 5-0. Joyce.
So this was established in 2010, and it allows a savings account for the library to save some money for future technology needs. So they're looking, those uses could be IT infrastructure, staff workstations, and customer workstations. And it'll have a pretty small amount on tax rate.
Okay, comments from ABC? Nope, comments from the floor. Susan?
Susan Gordiello, Franklin Pierce. My main question here is, there may be a typo. In the article, it says the tax impact is 0.1 cent, but underneath the explanation, at least on my one, it says tax rate impact 0.01. So those numbers don't match.
10 times the difference.
And I would leave it to Connor to figure out which is the correct number. A lot of them don't match. Well, I only paid attention to the library one. Sorry. And just while you're looking at that, the other main thing that we save towards using this fund is towards the someday replacement of the circulating system, which is how this article got started back in, I think, 2009. We don't have immediate plans, but at some point our current provider is going to say we're not going to support this system anymore, and then we're going to have that investment. So it's another one of those savings for a future expense.
And just to be clear, the tax rate impact is 0.1 of 1 cent, not 1/100th of 1 cent. That in the voter guide, the 0.01 is an error. You said there was another discrepancy between? Oh, there's a zero.
When you look at the prior one, it has a tax of 0.4.
For the single digit, there's a leading zero. I see that.
And then that's a tax rate impact of 1 cent.
We'll go back and look at those and
There's
fix
just
those.
some confusion.
Thank you.
Yep, that's.
Like they weren't.
Yeah, it looks like probably an Excel leading zero because it's like the decimal places moved one in the wrong direction.
Well, no, because the transfer station has. Transfer station shows 0.4 cents.
And that should be 0.4 cents.
0.01. That's not just zeros. I'm trying to figure out the political math, but it was.
So the question on the the language in I'm confident that the language in the warrant is accurate. I see what you're saying, that the
It's the voter guide that's on.
The tax rate impact listed in the voter guide is in error. Thank you.
Hey, any other comments? Diane? Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
Are you sure it's an error? Because in the ballot question, it says 0.1 cents, and then the tax impact is in dollars. So.
Yeah, well, the tax impact is going to be that tax rate impact times the value of the average property, 425,000. So that's right. But there's a slide. We skipped this at the beginning, but tax rate impact is the most important. So what this, and this is where that, for those small ones, where the number ended up being wrong, those calculations, but that 1/10 of a cent for the tax rate impact for $1,500 on, if we get back to here, so that 1/10 of a cent per 1,000 of assessed value on the tax rate for $1,500 is accurate. So our assessed value is 1.8 billion, and so everything is a factor of that. So $1,800 would be exactly 1/10 of a cent. $18,000 would be 10 cents, $180,000, et cetera.
Okay. Any other comments on Article 36? Being none, Article 36 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 37, this is a collective bargaining agreement, so we cannot amend this, but we can discuss it. To see if the town will vote to approve the cost items included in the collective bargaining agreement reached between the Select Board and the Barrington Highway and Transfer Union, AFSCME, Council 93, which calls for the following increases in salaries and benefits at the current staffing level. For fiscal year 2024, estimated increase $32,280. Fiscal year 2025, estimated increase $30,995. Fiscal year 2026, estimated increase $31,865. And further, to raise and appropriate $32,280 for the current fiscal year, such sum representing the additional costs attributable to the increase in salaries and benefits required by the new agreement over those that would be paid at current staffing levels. This application is, this appropriation is in addition to warrant Article 23, the operating budget article. This article is projected to add 2 cents per $1,000 of assessed value to the 2024 tax rate, or $7 to the tax bill on a $425,000 property. This is recommended by the ABC and the Select Board 5-0. Tracy.
So this is a new collective bargaining agreement between the highway and transfer station employees and the town of Barrington. And the wage increases follow the 2 compensation studies that were done throughout the town, and step increases and cost of living increases follow the same level as other employees. Important to note that the uniform service that we were paying for, not necessarily having utilization by all employees, has been replaced and will allow employees to follow a uniform dress requirement, but to do their own purchasing. And the collective bargaining agreement began to address some of the scheduling and overtime issues that occur during high volume times of the year where the snow is flying, and we are asking our employees to be ready and available and on call often throughout a day. So December 1st to March 31st.
Any comments, ABC? Nope. Comments from the floor? Okay, see none. Article 37 will appear on a ballot as written. Article 38 is to see if the town will authorize the governing body to call one special meeting at its option to address warrant Article 37 collective bargaining agreement cost items only if warrant Article 37 for collective bargaining agreement cost items is defeated. This article is recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Tracy will talk about this too.
So this is just simply if Article 37 fails, it allows the governing body, the select board, to enter into a special meeting and ensure that we keep our employees and have them covered by an agreement.
Okay, any comments on that? Okay, Article 38 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 39, to see if the town will vote to adopt the Barrington Community Power Electric Aggregation Plan, to authorize the select board to implement the plan and to take all action in furtherance thereof pursuant to RSA 53E. The Barrington Community Power Plan is an opt-out program that offers more flexible electricity procurement. The plan will initially provide lower electricity rates for residents, or it will not launch. Initial participation in the plan can be declined, but any declining user may opt in at a later time. This article is recommended by the select board 5-0. And Rob?
So in addition to the select board, the Energy Committee also supports this. Community power aggregation plan is intended to offer residents lower electricity rates and greater flexibility in how their power is sourced. We can all appreciate lower electricity rates. Over 50 other communities have already joined the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire and are experiencing significant savings. This warrant would only change the default electricity supplier. Eversource will continue to distribute electric power, send bills, maintain and repair the electrical grid infrastructure. If approved by voters, all ratepayers retain the right to opt out of enrollment and choose another supplier or stay with Eversource. Paul Panish, the chair of the Energy Committee, is here to provide some additional information and answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, I recognize Paul Panish.
Hi, I'm Paul Panish, chair of the Barrington Energy Committee. I apologize, some of this will be a little bit repetitive. I did want to read a brief statement and then I can answer any questions if there are any. We did hold 2 public hearings on the community power proposal. They were pretty sparsely attended, so I do expect there might be some questions about this moving forward. My statement. The Barrington Energy Committee has proposed this warrant article to approve Barrington Community Power to lower the cost of electricity to Barrington residents and businesses. Community Power will purchase power with the best pricing it can negotiate, regardless of the type of power generation utilized. Community Power will also give us greater control over future electric rates, as well as more visibility into the rate setting and power purchase process. Community Power, as is true of all electricity providers, must meet the mandatory renewable portfolio standard for clean energy. There has been some confusion between community power and community solar, which I'd like to clear up. The community power basic rate has nothing to do with solar programs and will purchase power from wherever the best price is available. Community solar, which is also known as group net metering in New Hampshire, is entirely different. It doesn't have any connection with the community power program. If town residents pass this warrant article and the legal agreements are approved by the select board, Barrington Community Power will have responsibility for the energy line item in your Eversource electric bill. All other parts of the bill, that's to say transmission, distribution, and maintenance, continue to be provided by Eversource, and all bill payments will be processed by Eversource as they currently are. All electric customers will be provided with information how to opt out of enrollment in community power at least 30 days before the program would launch. And this is projected, if it's passed, to happen sometime early next summer. This opt-out can be done by telephone, email, or through an online web page. There's no penalty to do that. Customers can rejoin or cancel if they're already in at any time, and that changeover would then take place at the end of the monthly billing period. All funds for operation of the program are taken out of ratepayer fees. The town pays no additional fee to support community power. And if anyone has questions, they can come up and I'll be glad to address them.
Okay, any comments from the select board? Comments from the floor? Michael? Well, Michael waved his hand first, then Robert. All right.
It's really quick.
Right.
Robert Drew. I'm just a little confused as to if this is such a great program, why is everybody automatically enrolled and I have to opt out instead of deciding myself that I want to opt in?
So the RSAs that were passed to allow this originally occurred back in the late 90s, and they were opt-in. And the fact of the matter is that the public generally has not taken a great enough interest that there's been much participation in these programs. With the spike in rates that occurred last winter, there actually was a significant increase in the private party companies that do offer similar type programs. But the fact was that there wasn't much participation, even though it would be to the benefit of the residents in general. So it was felt that additional legislation was needed and provision for opt-out was provided at that time.
Good explanation, but it just seems like it's big government deciding what's best for me instead of me deciding what's best for me. If it's a good deal, I want it, but maybe I don't think it's a good deal. And then I have to go through the process of opting out.
Hey, Michael?
Michael Houst, 48 Serenity Way. And I just want to go and say that I agree 100% with what Bob Drew is saying. I think that this should not go and be an opt-out. It should automatically be an opt-in if you want it. But don't go making assumptions that I want it, even if you think it's a good deal. That's my decision. That's not yours. It's not the select board's. Thank you.
As I said previously, there is more than ample opportunity to say no to this if you desire, and it is very easy to do. There's lots of information that will be provided in advance on how to do that, but you're welcome to your opinion.
Paul, I'd like to add that the current default is opting for Eversource. So the state and whatnot is already making that choice for you and choosing Eversource. This is allowing the town to change that default option to a source that we feel is going to provide a savings for the community.
Ken?
Ken Grossman, Scruton Pond Road. So this is a good deal. And I read the papers, and I was reading about this statewide. And apparently, if I got the numbers right, there are already 29 other communities that have signed on to this. And this will make, as these numbers increase, and it already is true, this community power aggregation, the second largest supplier of electricity in the state, just right behind Eversource. And the difference is, and that makes it the economy of scale really work, is it has one advantage over Eversource. The owners, if you will, of it don't have to make 10% profit every year. Eversource does that. And so size matters, economy of scale here. And, you know, Rob is right about, you know, you already have to opt out. I don't use Eversource. I have some company in Texas gave me a better deal than Eversource. I'd like to opt out of I already opted out of Eversource. I can opt out of that one. And here I am automatically in the best deal in town. Let's vote for it.
So I need to make a few notes about that. So at the moment, there are 55 member communities as part of the coalition of New Hampshire. I don't, as of now, I believe there's 14 that have already launched. There's another 10 that are coming up in March. So it's scaled there. Like I said, we would be coming on sometime in the early summertime period. Because you brought up the fact that you are currently enrolled in a third party, if you are currently enrolled in a third party, you would not be automatically enrolled in this program. You would have to opt in to the program in that case.
Barry?
How you doing? Jerry Cody from 80 Deer Ridge Drive. I went to the first meeting and I may have misunderstood something, but I was at that meeting. If you had solar power, you would not be able to get on this. Is that correct?
It's not that you wouldn't be able to get in, it's that you would not be automatically enrolled because you would currently still be under an advantage to stay under Eversource. So we would not enroll you automatically in that case. We hope that this is an issue with Eversource. There are currently 2 pending cases, one before the PUC, one before the DOE, because the provisions in the RSA are not being met by some of the utilities. I expect that will be remedied sometime in the next year or 2. At that point, we will be able to provide net metering facilities and services to our customers. You had it right.
Ron, do you mind if I just expand on that really quick?
Yeah.
So the reason it wouldn't be advantageous is because you'd lose your net metering. So there's no provision in the community power to credit anybody for net metering. So if you're ever sending electricity, if you have solar and you're sending electricity back to the grid, your current electricity provider will credit you for that. The community power aggregation isn't able to do that yet because they can't get the data from Eversource. So you could technically get on for your default rate, the community power rate, but in so doing, if you ever send electrons back to the grid, you wouldn't get any credit for that. So you could participate, but it wouldn't be financially sound, probably.
Any other comments? Seeing none, Article 39 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 40, to see if the town will vote to establish a transfer station and recycling center revolving fund and dedicate all income exceeding $225,000 from the transfer station for the purpose of all costs associated with the current and future operation of the transfer station and recycling center, as allowed pursuant to RSA 31:95H, Roman numeral 2. The first $225,000 in revenue received from the facility each year will remain as general fund revenue to offset taxes. The money in the fund shall be allowed to accumulate from year to year and shall not be considered part of the town's general fund balance. The town treasurer shall have custody of all monies in the fund and shall pay out the same only upon order of the select board, and no further approval is required by the legislative body to expend. Such funds may be expended only for the purpose for which the fund was created. The authorization will stay in effect until rescinded. In 2022, the transfer station and recycling center revenue totaled $225,046. And in 2023, the revenue totaled $259,034. This article will have no impact on 2024 property taxes because budgeted general fund revenue remains the same at $225,000. This is recommended by the ABC and the Select Board 5-0. Danon.
Yes, we know that we currently have a contract with Waste Management, which in light of other things that are going on is actually a pretty sweetheart deal. And it goes on until 2026, the end of 2026. At that time, the end of 2026, we anticipate that the contract with Waste Management will increase significantly. They've already indicated that they wanted to increase our bills for the next 2 years, but it could be almost as much as doubling at that time, which would be a huge impact at that point. There's thought that this additional revolving fund, while it doesn't increase the general fund at this point, would be used to offset that change a little bit, or at least smooth it out. And we would be able in 2027, be able to consider alternatives to waste management, or at least to modify and work on that particular contract, which we anticipate will be significantly higher than the current contract that goes through 2026.
Any comments on Article 40? Yeah.
I'm at town on Stillwater Way. Just a quick question that's maybe too large for this kind of discussion, but and then simply, do we have a committee or a group that's working on what those options start to look like at 2027? I know from my work in the legislature and having read a number of those reports, there's going to be a lot of communities in a similar situation, so a lot of competition for whatever solutions might be out there.
The answer is yes. The town select board is advised by a transfer station recycling center review committee who advise the select board on a variety of topics, but that does include the pricing, the location, and it will include the contract, any new contract or extended contract for waste disposal and transportation.
Would that also look at where we could sell our glass or innovative, adding glass to our pavement, that kind of thing?
They do that now, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Seeing none, Article 40 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 41, to see if the town will vote to modify the Fire and Ambulance Services Revolving Fund previously established pursuant to RSA 31:95H for the purpose of providing ambulance and fire services to increase the percentage of revenues received from ambulance fees to be deposited into the fund from 50% to 100%. The money in this fund shall be allowed to accumulate from year to year and shall not be considered part of the town's general fund balance. The town treasurer shall have custody of all monies in the fund and shall pay out the same only upon order of the governing body, and no further approval is required by the legislative body to expend. Such funds may be expended only for the purpose for which the fund was created. The article is projected to add 4 cents per $1,000 of assessed value to the 2024 tax rate, or $18 to the tax bill on a $425,000 property. This is recommended by the ABC 4-1 and the Select Board 5-0. Tracy?
So this is basically an accounting shift, and what we're hoping residents support is taking the full amount, 100% of revenue that comes in for ambulance fees, and diverting it directly to ensure that equipment and personnel continues to be utilized and potentially expanded in the future as the need occurs. Right now, 50% of it is going into general fund, 50% into this revolving fund, and I'll say it again, it's basically an accounting change.
Okay, just a second, Julian. Anything from the ABC? Oh, okay. Yep, Julian.
I don't understand if all you're going to do is take the funds that come in, ambulance goes 100%, but it's going to cost something on the tax bill.
Great question. So I will refer back to the pie chart of revenue. If I can find it, there it is. Okay, so our property tax is a factor of the revenue that we bring in. And the vast majority of revenue that we bring in goes into the general fund, which just off the bottom decreases the amount that needs to be raised by taxes. So you'll see fees for service, this burgundy pie here is 6%. So any impact to the revenue here has an impact over here. So that's why having the increasing building permit fees has a positive impact. So for the fire and ambulance revolving fund, we'll be decreasing this piece of the pie by about $80,000, which means that will need to be raised by taxes because it was previously revenue. It's a good question.
Rick?
So this was established about 25 or 28 years ago in an effort to help offset primarily the cost of replacing ambulances. And then when the town moved forward in the early 2000s to hire staffing, money was used out of that fund at the approval of the legislative body to pay for some of the staffing needs, thereby using the money as it was intended. It was brought in by the ambulance, and it was going back out to help pay for the services that the ambulance provide, which was a requirement of state law at the time, that you couldn't use ambulance funds for anything other than services that benefited the ambulance. You couldn't use it for a fire truck or anything else. Since then, the legislature has changed the law because towns run fire department and ambulance together, and they changed the law to make it a whole lot cleaner so people could use it within the department. And the 50% was working okay, but as you know, I think the ambulance that you're looking at in that picture cost the town, the last two ambulances we bought were demo ambulances with about 20,000 miles on them, and I think that's the 2007 ambulance that's in that picture. I think we paid around $170,000 for that ambulance. Right now, today's dollars, ambulances are about between $325,000 and $350,000. The fund currently sits with enough money, so in a couple of years when it's time to replace an ambulance, we should be able to do that. But the fund isn't bringing enough money in to cover the staffing issues. So one of the things we looked at is, in an effort to keep the fire department fire and rescue budget down, was increasing the money to that account. And as you see, that any funds spent out of that account require the approval of the town treasurer. And so what we'd be looking to do is, by increasing that to 100%, is making sure that there was enough money in there for future purchases of the ambulance and increased cost for staffing.
Any other comments? Seeing none, Article 41 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 42, to see if the town will vote to discontinue the following capital reserve and trust funds. Said funds and accumulated interest to date of withdrawal are to be transferred to the municipality's general fund. Road Reclamation Capital Reserve Fund, Town Hall Capital Reserve Fund, Town Building Preservation Capital Reserve Fund, and Tricentennial Expendable Trust Fund. All funds have small balances. This is recommended by the ABC and the Select Board 5-0. Rob?
This is just simply a housekeeping method, and Ron already listed the funds that are closing, and the balances are small, less than $10,000 that will get returned.
Thank you. Any comments? No comments. Article 42 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 43, to see if the town will vote to discontinue any rights the public may have in a right-of-way which runs over 4 parcels of land identified as map 234, lots 25.1, 27, 28, and 30. This road has never been developed. Although it is not clear that the public has any rights in this right-of-way, the discontinuance is necessary to ensure that it will never be developed. This article is recommended by the Select Board 5-0. Joyce?
Sure, this is another housekeeping bill. So there was a road to this old garrison at one point. Nobody can figure out, we had an engineer go back like several hundred years and couldn't figure out if it was ever a public road or not. And the state of New Hampshire wants us to get rid of it. So when people develop properties, it's not an issue. So it's a vote to discontinue it if it ever were a public road.
Hey, any comments on 43? Okay, seeing none, 43 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 44 is a petitioned article to see if the voters will vote to approve a joint town and school district advisory budget committee consisting of 2 full members and 1 alternate member appointed by the Barrington School Board, and 2 full members and 1 alternate member appointed by the Barrington Select Board, and 1 full member appointed jointly by the school and select boards. The joint member would be appointed for a 3-year term, 1 full member appointed by each entity for a 2-year term, and a full member from each entity for a 1-year term. thereby ensuring that 3 members would always be returning each year. In the event that the select board or school board cannot fill all their seats, the other government body will attempt to fill them. Upon approval of the voters, the budget committee would start work on the 2025 school and town budgets. And petitioner Rick Walker might like to speak on that.
All right, I'm going to make this quick because we've already gone over the amount of time we spent last year at the town meeting, Mr. Town Administrator, and the transfer station closes in about 2 hours and 15 minutes, and they're not going to wait for us. So, but anyway, this article. A number of years ago, many years ago, the town had a budget committee that looked at the school and the town budget. And then as years went on, the town was the one that put all the people on the budget committee. The town put a budget committee and went, here, do the town budget. And oh, by the way, go over here and do the school budget. And the school board had no say in no buy-in to who was looking at these budgets. So over time, the school board says, well, wait a minute, let's get our own budget committee, and they did. And so currently, the school budget committee looks at the school budget, and the town budget committee looks at the town budget. And I started thinking about this and I said, wait a minute, so the town has a $9 million budget the voters are going to vote on this year, and the school's going to come up with about a $28 million budget for the voters to vote on. And I'm like, that's a lot of taxpayer money. And certainly as the town grows, there's more need for town services, which you've heard today. And you have to believe that at some point the schools run out of space and need to add teachers, and they need to add classrooms, and they need to add programs, and that starts to get more expensive. And so my only reason for wanting to have a joint budget committee was for a group of people to look at everything globally, and more importantly, understand that, hey, you folks heard today that we want a library and we need to add on to the fire station, and we got to pave more roads. And where does an addition to a middle school or an elementary school fit into this plan? Or where does the decision, if the school board's thought about other big purchases, whether it's repairs to these buildings that are going to cost lots of money? It's my hope that the budget committee being together and working together would be able to look at stuff globally and be able to present on both sides of the aisle the fact that, hey, collectively, let's slide this project in for the school because it's needed before this one is for the town, and vice versa. And that's 100% my reason for wanting to go back to a joint budget committee, so that the left hand and the right hand know what's going on. When we reach in our pocket, we don't reach into 2 different pockets to write a check out for our taxes. We reach in the pocket, we write one check, we send it to the tax collector, and then that money gets sent wherever it needs to go. So again, I'm not even a little bit insinuating that one side or the other doesn't do a great job. I think they both do a good job, but I believe that this will ultimately allow more transparency and more of an ability to make sure that we're making decisions that's in the best interest of the entire community.
Any select board comment?
So any petitioned warrant article is advisory, and there is both a petitioned warrant article for the town, and there will be another one for the school. And this board has discussed the amount of work that the advisory budget committee has put into the town portion of the budget, and it is the consensus of the select board that we would like to present 3 full members and 1 alternate versus 2 full members and 1 alternate. Strictly because the amount of work that would go into looking at both budgets. So the select board would amend the petitioned warrant article to change the 2 full members on both lines to 3 full members.
Do you want to read the amendment?
Certainly, to see if the town would vote to approve a joint town and school district advisory budget committee consisting of 7 members and 2 alternates. Membership would be appointed as follows. 3 full members and 1 alternate member appointed by the Barrington School Board, and 3 full members and 1 alternate member appointed by the Barrington Select Board. 1 full member appointed jointly by the school and select boards, and the joint member and the 1 full member from each entity would be appointed for 3-year terms. 1 full member from each entity would be appointed for 2-year terms, and 1 full member from each entity would be appointed for 1-year terms, thereby ensuring that 4 members would always be returning each year. If the select board or school board cannot fill the entity's membership, the other governing body may appoint members to the vacant position. Upon approval of the voters, the Joint Advisory Budget Committee would begin working on the 2025 school and town budgets.
I'll second that motion.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other comment from the select board? Any comment from the ABC? No? Any comment from the floor? Robert?
I missed it, but what would be the term for the alternate from both entities?
3 years.
Okay.
Yes, we're just discussing the amendment right now, yeah.
Carolyn Robbins, Chesley Drive. I want to kind of ask, I guess, based on your comment, do you guys know like what kind of hours each of the separate budget committees are putting in right now? Is it even feasible for one committee to do both? So like, do you know what I'm asking?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Our advisory budget committee meets weekly for more than 1 hour, several hours each week during the budget process. So add that up, there must have been 8 or 9 meetings. So I don't know this for sure, but I believe the school board's advisory committee meets a little bit less than that.
So by adding to the size of the committee, are you proposing that they would divide and conquer the work?
Correct.
To make that more feasible? Because it sounds to me like volunteers having to meet twice a week for several hours at a time for months and months on end is asking a little much of people.
Presumably they'd meet once a week during the budget season. And it might be a somewhat longer meeting, but it would give because the way it works for our advisory budget committee is that all members seem to, we don't have subcommittees on the advisory budget committee. Everyone pays attention to that whole thing. So there might be a way to sort out those things when the committee meets itself and how it will work out its time. Probably be some additional time, but I think with 7 people, it might be a little easier to work.
The ABC for the town right now, so say 3 departments are presented to them, they might digest and ask the questions on 3 departments and do a report back out, have some following questions while they're looking at the next 2 departments. And certainly the school might be different, but they might break it down by middle school, high school, and elementary school, and they look at one every 4 weeks or something. I think that's to be determined. I just did not feel that 5 people could digest almost $40,000 worth of expenditures and come up with the detail of the amazing list of questions that now come out of 5 acting and 2 alternates. So.
Okay, any additional discussion on the amendment? Which changes the language of pretty much the whole article anyway. Okay, let's vote on the amendment. I don't need to read it again, right? Right. Good. Okay. All those in favor of the amendment to Article 44, raise your cards. All those opposed, raise your cards. Okay, the amendment passes. Now back to the original article. Anybody want to have any more comments, Ken, on the original article?
Has anyone asked the school board what they think?
Yeah, the same amendment. Well, I'll defer to Mr. Walker, who presented it. Okay. Although I can.
Can we do a motion to respect?
No,
24 through 44.
Well, you just say everything.
We haven't done
We've
zoning.
done-
So Ken, the answer to your question is yes. The exact same warrant article was presented to the school district. The only changes were that the school district's name was placed in where the school district should be versus where the town is on this one. And it was presented to them. I spoke my piece, and the 3 members that were at the meeting that night and voted against it.
I have a question. What happens if this version passes here and the original version passes in the school board's side?
Actually, we will present this amendment
next week.
Next week at the school board deliberative session.
And again, if by chance the warrant article were to not change at the school deliberative, so there was a 5-member board at the school and a 7-member approved by the town. Again, because this is advisory, it's my hope that if the voters overwhelmingly believe that this makes sense to go in this direction, that the school board and the select board would sit down and have a discussion on how best to proceed with a joint budget committee.
Okay, thank you. Lisa, are you coming for a comment? Just relocating. Okay. Tracy.
May I make a motion to restrict Article 24 through 44?
We haven't finished this yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
When we finish, we're almost finished.
I'm so sorry.
Hey, Carolyn.
We're back to the general article where we did the amendment already, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so my question on the general article is the town budget is a third of the school budget. Why do we think that it's fair for each side to have equal say on that budget allowance? To me, that seems like we're letting the select board control the school budget more than we maybe should. Like, I'm all for them having input. Everybody should have input. But it's kind of a Senate versus House of Representatives thing. But I kind of feel like the school advisory budget committee members, that there should be a higher percentage because the budget is 3 times as much.
I think currently their advisory budget committee is half the size of the town one.
But they're not working together.
That is correct.
So that's what I'm saying. So I'm like the town budget committee doesn't have a say in the school budget committee's recommendations right now. If you're putting it together, I feel like that there probably should be more say from the group of people that have control over more of the money.
I think the petitioner's goal was to have the advisory budget committee look at shared services. And I think that many of those shared services actually exist through the town portion when you're thinking of highway or you're thinking of emergency.
I think it can happen that way even with the distribution different. It just seems to me that would be like you know, again, there's certain things that run through the federal government that maybe Rhode Island doesn't need as much of a say as California. And that's why we have the House of Representatives that goes by population. In a similar way, I feel like the 28 million, I'm pulling numbers out of my, you know what, again, so the much higher budget
29.
of the school, because they're the ones that are using more of the budget, potentially should, I don't know for sure. I'm just saying that that's a concern that I have, that that the select board selecting half of the advisory budget committee has a little more control over money that they don't have control over. If that makes sense.
Yeah, you could, I mean, you could make an amendment that provided for the.
I guess I was hoping that you guys had thought that through and how that might affect the
What occurred to
decision-making
me
process.
is our advisory budget committee, they're what I would consider experts at this point. Like their drill down is so efficient and so well done, and there's a lot to be learned from them. And so my thoughts going into this and proposing 3-in-1 and 3-in-1 was that there is such a well thought out approach that could be learned.
And you don't feel like that's happening in the school advisory budget committee?
Currently, the school advisory budget committee consists of 3 people, I believe. You'd have to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's 3 people.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear your reply.
Tim, you'll have to come to the mic if you're going to speak. All right, any more comments? Jerry?
Jerry Cody from 80 Deer Ridge Drive. I was on the budget committee when we did both town and school, and a lot of controversy goes on, and you end up coming out with, like our fire chief was saying, you get a better handle on what's going on in the whole town as to what's happening. And the budget committee can put out their responses and say how many agreed with this and that. And it's, I think it works out very well. I was sad to see it go the other way. Now we have 2 entities doing their own thing, not knowing what the other one's doing. And this would work out much better, I think, if you joined them together. Anyway.
You, Robert, then Bill.
It's a quick comment. As opposed, and your comment about the selectman's representative on the school board, the advisory budget committee, as you've seen, hasn't agreed 100% with the selectmen on several warrant articles. So I don't think they're representative of the selectmen. I think they're representative themselves. And I also think, as Jerry said, that sometimes if we've got one budget here and one budget here, we can see that, oh, you guys are doing the same thing we're doing, and we can save money by combining those things. And as far as the extra work, with that 7 members, you can break it down with, I have this responsibility, you have this responsibility. I do dig deep into research and I come back and explain it. And then we have a discussion like we're having here, and then we vote. So I don't have to dig into every single detail if you've got 7 people to spread that. And I think it'll be much more efficient that way.
I want to clarify too, I am in no way knocking the advisory budget committee for the school district at all. I'm thinking there's a tremendous amount of work to do, and I can only speak to the level of detail that has gone into drilling down information.
Bill Irving, Waterhouse Road, and the Advisory Budget Committee. There's one pot of money in the town. As a budget committee member for the town, I might not know what the school's doing. We need that information. It's all one pot of money. We should have one group of people that's looking at the whole thing. I don't think as if a member is assigned to the new budget committee that they will favor the town or the school. It's all one piece, and we all need to work at that. I can't make a decision if I don't know what the school's doing, I need that information. I need to see it. We all need to see it so we can make those decisions. So one thing down the road, we may want to look at increasing that number from 7 to 9 might be a way to go. But for the time being, I think 7 would be adequate, and I would support it. I think it's needed so that we're not operating in a vacuum on either side, the school or the town, not knowing what the other one's doing. It's all one pot of money, and I think we all need to be able to see what's going on with it. So thank you.
Lisa?
Well, Lisa Titus, Nicholas Way. While I agree it is one pot of money, that is also separated for town and school, and it is about 1/4, 3/4, 1/3, 2/3, something like that. Didn't do the math. I think it's naive to think if the town select board places you on this ABC, you are not there to see the town's interest through. The same thing goes for the school board, and I think it's going to be a bit chaotic in the end. I don't think this is the best way to go about it. I think things are functioning fine right now. I don't see where we're having issues. We built a middle school most recently. There are improvements that are needed to the facilities. I can see that myself just as a town resident. I don't understand, I guess, why we can't work together. Right now, as I understand it, there's a school board member that attends select board meetings and select board that attends school board meetings. So one knows what the other is doing. Why can't you just work together and leave things as they are and discuss projects and come to a compromise? Why do we have to change everything up to a way that it was, but clearly didn't work because it was voted on to split the budget? And things have been falling into place. I understand there are big projects. We all are dealing with money issues with inflation, etc. Nobody wants to hear, we need a new school, we need a new addition. We also don't want to hear we're going to pay more for our trash bags, because gosh knows there's been a lot of discussion that, we have to pay more there. I think we can figure out what the left hand and the right hand are doing by just talking to each other, and I think we should give that a try before we toss everything we have right now and start something new. Thank you. Thank you.
Niels?
Just FYI, I've been the select board liaison with the school board. I think I've attended about 95% of the school board meetings. As far as I can recall, this is the last 3 years, but in the last 3 years, I don't think any school board member has been to the select board meeting. Deanna was there once, one meeting, but and then Connor and the superintendent communicate regularly.
So if Connor and the superintendent are communicating, do we not have a pathway of communicating what needs we have as a town and how we're able to distribute this? I don't understand why the system is not currently working when it seems to be, because like Carolyn pointed out, there are a lot of working pieces to our town. There are just as many working pieces to a school. They're different. We don't have big trashing. We don't have emergency vehicles. We don't have this. We have more than just 3 schools, though. There are other needs that are all dealt with. It's just more specialized. It's smaller, but it's a bigger budget, granted. I don't understand how this can't be worked out without throwing the baby out with the bathwater. It just doesn't make sense to me that we should just toss it. There needs to be better communication. As I understand, even after being split, the town and the school department were splitting some services, but then things didn't necessarily work out evenly for both of them. So more splits happened, and everything is separate, as I understand right now. I agree with the sentiment that we should pool our money and get the lowest price possible for everything we do. If we're contracting out, I know the school contracts out maintenance. I don't know if the town has its own maintenance workers. I have to assume it's contracted out. We should come together. Everyone should pay their portion of whatever is needed. I think it can be worked out in a meeting and keep things separate as they are. I don't think we need to have a single committee running the town, every part of it. Thank you.
Maybe we can take one more comment. Anybody else wants to? Go. Why don't you
Again, Joseph Marquette, Washington Street. So just dropping this as, because I don't have skin in it, accepting that I pay for the tax bill, so I was like, okay. But for teachers, one of the things that we might not consider along the way is when you hire a teacher, you're hoping that that teacher stays and shapes a culture and then creates community. It takes years to create community as a teacher. So when you're hiring teachers, it is really important to have your hand in the jar in a way that gives you access to people who want to be there to create. So if we want to create for Barrington, Barrington does not have a strong reputation. And that is something that is very important to understand. And I'm just saying that because I'm not here, so I can say that, just put that there. Barrington, for a very long time, dragged their heels for so long about paying teachers that that reputation stands. So Barrington is not a destination school district for a teacher in the New Hampshire system for building a life, building a career, and building a retirement. Just putting that there. And that's probably going to stand for a long time. Because it was traumatic how long it took to bring up our pay to a point where we can at least look at it. There was a long time where I wouldn't have even looked at Barrington as a place to work and want to retire with the way our system works. So if what we do in doing this is perceived as an aggression towards schools in any way, what you're going to have is your best teachers who are going to look elsewhere when those job opportunities come up simply because they can. So we have to be careful when we're doing things, and I'm not saying this is good, bad, or whatever, just saying in our minds as we're working, if we're signaling to New Hampshire teachers that we're looking for any way to strangle, as Barrington has been known to do, that will be known and that will impact who is educating Barrington students. So if the school is saying, this is not a great idea, if that's what I heard that 3 of them said, there's much to think about just beyond that. And I'm just putting that there. Okay.
Okay, can we be done with Article 44? One quick one, Robert. All right.
Yes, she said that we need to have some communication, and the superintendent and Connor have a lot of other things to do. We're talking a combined budget, maybe $36 million, and there's a lot of details on that, and they can't be discussing that. And a selectman that comes to another meeting, that's why the budget committee combined is important to be able to see all those, and maybe they can find some cost savings that we can use that money to pay the teachers more. So I think it's a great idea to combine that.
Okay, I think we're done with 44. 44 will appear on the ballot as amended.
Tracy.
Okay, now we have all those zoning articles, right? Oh, you have a. All right,
May I make a motion to restrict Articles 24 through 44 for the sake of time?
Okay, who seconded? Lisa, all right. All right, all those in favor of restricting reconsideration of everything so far? Okay, and everybody opposed? No, all right. Those are all restricted up till now. All right, articles, all the zoning articles. I believe someone from the planning board is going to speak, hopefully a little bit, just a little bit on these. We're not going to go into them in detail because we can't amend them. All right, this is John Driscoll from the planning board.
John Driscoll from the planning board. I'm presenting the 19.
You have to talk right into the mic, John.
John Driscoll from the planning board. It's okay. I'm presenting the 19 amendments that have been approved by the planning board on January 10th and 25th at public hearings These cannot be amended at this meeting. They will appear as they are written on the ballot. Also a public service announcement. The planning board is looking for a couple of alternative members. Planning board is looking for a couple of alternate members if anybody's interested. At this point, I'm going to offer two options: a half hour of going through 36 pages of amendments, or I can do it in 2 sheets and giving you the highlights. Does anybody have a preference?
Yeah, the highlights.
Good. Amendment number 1, elderly assisted home care. Allow more than 15 residents in the regional commercial zone, which is Route 125 and Route 4, with a conditional use permit. So that is, generally it had been restricted in all districts to 15 members, so we can expand it in the highway district. Number 2, senior housing, more than 8 units in the town center and village districts at a limit of 8 in the highway commercial overlay, which is Route 9, Route 126, and Route 202, 750 feet from the center line. Number 3, healthcare facility, add 1 new definition to Article 18 and allow more than 15 beds in the regional commercial zone. Again, that is Route 125 and 4. Item number 4, limit self-storage facilities to a single story, and these are only allowed in the regional commercial zone 125 and 4. This will prevent any of the Bluebird facilities, multi-story storage facilities. Number 5, nursing assisted living, elderly care facilities, and these will change the DES rules for density. Currently, the density is done in square footage. It's easier just to do density based on what the DES will require for septic. Item number 6, define machine shop. This goes to Article 18, which is our definitions, and allow in the town center and village district with a conditional use permit. Number 7, define truck terminals in Article 18, requiring a conditional use permit only allowed in the regional commercial district. Define warehouse in number 8 in Article 18, allow only in the regional commercial and the highway commercial overlay, both require a conditional use permit. Number 9 is a housekeeping issue to just resolve the conflicting definitions for frontage. Number 11, define restaurant, outdoor dining, and specify that it's allowed in districts. Define sheds in number 12. Amounts allowed and primarily for storage. Number 13, define structures to include storage containers and generators. Again, go into our definitions. Number 14, in conservation subdivisions, define and require yield plans. The way that works is when they want to put a certain number of units into a conservation subdivision, they have to create a yield plan, justify it, and make it reasonable, and those numbers can be used in the subdivision. Number 15, signs in the town right of way. This came from the zoning administrator.
We have different numbers. One number behind.
Oh, I'm sorry. These are amendments 15, not Article 15. That's what we're going by amendments.
So see, Article 16 is amendment number 15, and he's going by the amendment article.
That's confusing because the state law requires that the people to be elected have to go number 1. So amendment 16 is change the definition of soil types and clarify upland requirements. Number 17, another definition of accessory building. The term has been redundant. Number 18, frontage for back lots increased from 50 to 75 feet. And number 19, yield plan studies for conservation subdivisions that will require more details in feasibility. That's it. Any questions? Either I or the town planner can answer them.
No.
Question, Ben.
Oh.
So I have a question with the sheds rule. It's one of those things that's put together that it seems reasonable. Reasonable is one of those terms that means nothing and anything. So we talk about conserving the rural character of Barrington. By this, the home I grew up in would not be legal. Neither would my neighbors. So I'm looking at somebody put into an amendment that 2 sheds, that is a garden shed and your tool shed. But what happens if you want a chicken coop or if your kids want to do a project? I understand that something like this, I'm trying to find the motivation and what would have got people to want to move on this. And I'm not quite certain. Sometimes people develop our neighbors in an ugly way. We wish we're different. And yet, in the spirit of unintended consequences, this puts a whole restriction on property usage for a family and a dad to have a fun project with his kid. So when I'm hearing this, first of all, I also think my property just fell out of legality if we go by this. So, which means you're about to lose a selectman, because if my property becomes illegal, he has to move. So, which I'm actually not really joking about. This is a problem. So I'm not sure how this happened, but this does not conserve our rural character. It is not reasonable to tell people that 2 is enough for them because it's enough for me. And it is an attack against our own ability to create what we're doing in our house. So 2 sheds. 2 sheds.
Thank you.
Couple of important points. One, first and foremost, this is why residents get to change zoning rules. So not everybody in this room will agree on the planning board didn't even agree on all of them. So residents need to set the land use rules that they have. To the point about non-conforming, so there exists, when you change zoning rules, legally existing non-conforming. So an existing use doesn't become illegal if the rules change. It's just you can't, I don't think that changes your point, but I just don't want people thinking that if something passes, they're going to have to take a bunch of sheds off their property.
So I'm judge number 1221 for the American Poultry Association. I judge poultry in this country. I judge poultry in 4 different countries. What this just means is that I can no longer build things for the poultry. So I'm looking at my property going 1, 2, 3, and then we randomly say 1 more shed per acre. Who sat down and said that they understand what people do on their property so that 1 more shed per acre is a way to restrict one's neighbors? I'm a little bit lost on this. I have needs for my farm this spring. This is against those needs. And whoever was doing this was not asking the agricultural zoning of our culture that we're trying to maintain. And whoever was motivated by this was not thinking about the needs of families, was not thinking about the needs of farms. Were they even from New England, that they know what a New England farm looks like, or how a small New Hampshire farmstead works and has for over 200 years? 2 sheds. Where do we come from that we do not know that it takes more than 2 sheds to run a Barrington homestead? And the smug little look on your face is now, esatto, tu.
Joe, that's enough.
Thank you. I understand. Okay. I'm sorry if I'm just looking at 20 years being undermined. I didn't even come in for this. I couldn't even imagine this.
Under New Hampshire law, there is really specific legislation that protects agricultural uses. In fact, in the RSA, it defines that towns shall not use their zoning or regulations to restrict agricultural activities. So I don't think agriculture would be.
Hey, you'll probably be exempted, Joe. Okay. All right. Any other questions on the zoning articles that we cannot change?
Sandy Manschrick, Scruton Pond Road. What's the reason for number 5, Article 5? You don't want your storage facilities to be multi-story. Tell me why you care.
Just while John's looking that up, the why do you care and then the you this, you that, I just want to make sure that people understand, because as you heard the chair of the planning board say at the beginning, there's vacancies on the planning board, right? There's alternates available. And it's incredibly difficult to motivate people to get involved and help affect change in the community when the people that get involved and try to affect change get finger waved and say, you do this, you do that. It is a group process that is open and public for everybody to participate in. The planning board, I'll go back to the original slide. The planning board met no fewer than 6 times to consider zoning amendments, all at public meetings, all advertised, held 2 separate public hearings on the topic. You don't have to be on the planning board to participate in the process. You can show up to these meetings to effectuate change. And I think it's important to recognize that the elected citizen volunteers of the select board and the appointed citizen volunteers of the planning board, zoning board, and others have a very critical role in our citizen government. And they are your neighbors, right? They are people that have opinions that are just as important as yours, and they've dedicated their time to help propose those. The reason these are on the ballot is because only the residents can vote on these initiatives. The planning board, the select board, nobody gets to have a say. It's the residents of the town collectively that get to vote. And if you want to be involved in the process of what you vote on, show up to these meetings, join the boards, and get involved. But I think it's dangerous to tread into the category of the finger waving and the you're doing this to me, because it's a collective, it's a public process. Nothing's behind closed doors. They're all available for virtual participation. All the meetings are recorded, and we welcome input at any stage of the process. Sorry for that digression. I know you were looking something up, John, to answer that question.
I would like to apologize to you for calling your look smug.
See, I agreed with you.
I'm sorry.
In our meetings.
Okay.
That there was agriculture will be potentially harmed.
I have an
But I
Italian
found out
temper.
that-
It got me for a second.
It's okay.
I apologize to you.
No, but I actually looked it up, and you do have an exception
Okay.
to any of these rules. So you don't have to
Okay,
worry.
Well, thank
let's do the brew thing after. Thank you. All right, are we all set with zoning?
Did you answer Sandy's question?
Yeah, I just wanted to hear their reasoning behind this, this.
One story versus.
No attacks, just defend, explain to us why.
People said, we don't want to end up like Epping with the center of town.
Yeah, we can.
We don't want to end up like Epping with the center of town is dominated by gigantic storage facilities that don't employ any people. They don't employ any people. They have little activity going on. They just sit there and overwhelm the town. They just built another one on Route 9 in Dover, and there was a great reaction to that. So that's the reason it was presented. And you could vote. Everybody gets to vote on these things. More comments?
Yeah, okay. All right, I think we're done with zoning. Thank you, John. All right.
Very much.
Article 45 is transact any other business that may legally become before said meeting, that's this one, of the honorable town government. We can't legislate anything that is binding, but once again, Deanna would be welcome to come up and talk about the meeting that's happening next Saturday, if she'd like you folks to come. In fact, if just this group of folks come, it'll be a lot more people than usually show up for the school deliberative session. So, right? Yeah, just go, yeah.
I wish I was saying good morning, but I'm saying good afternoon. And clearly, based on my presentation, I was not planning on speaking.
Say who you are, Deanna.
What?
Say who you are.
Oh, sorry, Deanna Ray, Superintendent. I thought you gathered that already. So I sincerely welcome you all to come back again next Saturday morning. We are in the cafeteria, not in the gym space. We certainly, I don't think, will be this long, far fewer warrants, but as you've heard, a far greater pot of money and lots to discuss for sure. So we are at just under 3% for the default, 552 for the overall proposed budget for next school year. And please come ask questions, and hopefully we'll see you next weekend. Thank you.
Hey, Julian.
Julian Olivier, Beauty Hill Road. I just want to say thank you to all of you, the budget committee, all the committees. A lot of people, an awful lot of work have gone into this and running the town, so thank you.
Thanks, Julian.
Okay. Anything else? May we accept a motion to end the deliberative session? Okay, John Wallace moved that. Who seconded? Anybody? Nobody seconds? Okay, Dan Capiello seconds. All those in favor of ending the deliberative, raise your cards. All those opposed? All right, the session is ended. Thank you. Thanks for coming out.
Are we going to have our meeting before the ABC meeting?
Okay, so the select board just has to meet and vote once,